Stream can hear and see you. Yeah, it's gonna be a delay. For sure, for sure. All right. Well, here we are. I like how it says, when I like do this, it says the Almighty next to Bane. I love it. Oh, I'm sorry. Hearing me once is definitely enough. Okay, so well, apparently that's the theme of the night because we're just now getting started at 7:06. I couldn't get it. I'm sorry. Of course, there had to be something. All right. So I'm gonna introduce everybody. Hi, stream. This will be the only time that I interact with the stream until we go on intermission again. But to right here we have Bane, our DM, and the Almighty, the one that is putting the story together and providing us with the beautiful art. And this is Goth, who is playing Fyodor. And actually, do y'all just want to introduce yourselves? I don't know why I needed it. Okay. All right. All right, I got you. I got you. So yeah, I'll just continue. So Goth played Fyodor, and then right here we've got Polyhedron, who is Celeste, also known as Zarkra, and then we have I can't read that thing, but I'm thinking it says Dukagon, played by Xander. So yeah, this is our group, and now I'm gonna give it to the DM. Right. Okay, so basically she's circumventing me doing the introductions and you're gonna fucking do one anyway. Okay. Bread. Oh. Oh, they're low. Okay. It's all coming through the same thing. So that's very odd. Oh my god, that's wonderful. Okay, so I don't know that. Hmm. Couldn't hear anyone except me? Okay, let me see if I can fix this. See if I can fix this. um. Oh, for sure. Yes, inevitable is definitely correct. Let's see. The Discord borders light up and there's barely any sound I can hear. Okay. Um. Ugh. Can you hear them now?
Can you hear us?
Hey, I'm glad that we figured this out before we actually started playing. Nope, still can't hear. Okay, this is not good. Well, it all looks like it's working on my end, so that's the problem. I don't know why it's not. Well, yeah, it says it like I can see it moving with y'all's voice, and it says that the desktop audio is coming through for the stream. So I don't know why it's not coming through for them.
Like,
How
it wouldn't do
about
that.
now?
How
Yep.
about
See.
now?
Making a lot of noise.
Woo! Anything?
That's what I was thinking was because I know on my
Yeah, that's what I'm
PlayStation.
looking at. It's working!
my-
Yay! It's
Oh, shit.
working!
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Woo!
unfortunate. Whatever was done fixed it, and unfortunately, they all have to hear our voices now.
Apparently it was one
Praise the
box
dead
that was
gods.
unchecked that was letting this track be recorded. So I don't know why it
Wow.
was doing that. That's really frustrating.
Huh. Well,
10
it's
out of
solved
9.
now.
All right. Yay! Okay. So
I
like
love the
they're
ominous
coming
red
through
glow on Bane.
like nice and
It's
clear.
not supposed
Can hear everybody well because I've got everything turned up like
It is
to
suitable,
the max.
though.
Well, here's the funny thing: is it's a bright, like white lamplight, but my hair is red, so the bounced light gives me a red glow,
'Kay.
and it's just like
You're
villain.
radioactive.
So basically all y'all missed is
Bullshit. Yeah.
them telling me how badly they didn't want to introduce themselves and Bane going back to okay, no, let's introduce our characters. So
Yes.
it's a nice little loop there. Now that everyone's caught up to speed. Okay, so what is
I
it?
mean, my name is Bane for a reason.
It's true. Okay, so what?
Because you were born in the dark.
Molded by
I
it.
mean,
From the void.
Yeah. So I guess Fyodor and Dukagan, we got bored, right? Like we fought the thing.
We hate everyone in our
Yeah.
hometown.
Sorry, I don't know. I forgot what they were
We
called.
Here's where we go.
Okay.
For most in Garanul, in the mountains, we're in some like abandoned dwarven ruins. We were super bored, hated this like small town commune level bullshit. Found some creepy monsters. Found some other things that you don't need to worry about. It's totally fine. Do not detect evil on our belongings. And now I guess we have left to find more information, to discover what is out there. And we are definitely fine, upstanding travelers.
I have a question, technical question.
Yes.
okay.
If an ad break shows up on Twitch while we're talking, does it wait does it just go over what we're saying?
It'll go over what we're saying, but Core usually times it to where they only see one when they first join. Sometimes by playing one like the moment we started.
I'm just curious
I don't know
because
if that happens.
Interesting.
I just got one, is why I'm asking while Xander was talking.
Oh. Well, it's still like
Okay.
it is recording.
I'm just
this.
checking.
I'm
just checking.
No, it's a good question because it's recording this, so the recording won't have the ad break in it, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Okay. So the full thing will still be.
Sounds
on YouTube,
good.
But yeah.
Okay.
Shouldn't happen a lot. But yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's
I did mine. It's somebody else's turn.
Yeah, like the brothers went. Now it's on to y'all too.
Oh, true. It's
What
us.
have you guys ventured on?
Well, after Zarkra's injury, she was being treated at a monastery where Lilia was a monk studying, and they can't stay there anymore because the whole place got absolutely torched by a horrifying swarm of mutant insects.
That is what happened.
And almost everybody died. It was terrible.
And now Zakra is left with this Tabaxi monk that's basically a child in her head because she's not done anything else except be at that hippie commune. So,
Oh God, she's homeschooled.
yeah. Yeah.
And that brings us to today. Well, I guess technically it would bring you guys forward, but it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Totally.
So, are you guys ready to get started then?
I'm ready.
God, I hope so, but probably not with how the day's been going.
That's
I'm going to say yes.
well, yep. Let's set the scene then. So, there's still a chill to the air as it was back from where Dukagon and Fyodor are much more familiar in the mountain part that they're from. However, they do start to notice there's more greenery starting to spring up the further south that they travel. There's plants that you guys haven't seen before, and every now and again there's like a creature you haven't seen before. And you would finally come down onto a rather large farming village, actually, where you first found it because you wandered into their fields and they got very upset with you. But as the further you've come in, as they started to bring you in, you actually realized that this was just a normal farming village. And since you had been traveling so long, you had decided to stay here a few days to kind of, recoup some of your supplies before you headed on. This is your first chance out. You want to see what people are like. You're not impressed, but you still want to know,
For
Yeah.
sure.
However,
Confirm our suspicions.
this kind of mundane meeting of these everyday farming type people is brought to an abrupt head. It's getting darker in the evening. You guys are kind of settling up in the barn that one of them has allowed you to stay in with some of the other animals and horses, sheep, and things like that. You hear someone crying out about it doesn't sound distressed, it almost sounds angry. And they keep yelling as they're trying to scare something off. And from just past one of the fences where some of the livestock is, there is a absolutely drenched, it's definitely wet cat syndrome. Doesn't quite look like a cat at first, but it's just the fur is stuck to it, clinging to it, soaking, they're shivering, as well as a little one-armed little lizard next to them, and as well as a few other people, again, everybody drenched to the bone, the ones that are still walking. It's a very small number, but they all just seem disheveled. But for as soaked as they are, much of their clothes are burnt, blackened, and crisp.
And the people who were yelling, not scared but angry, trying to they're shooing
Are
off
the farmers not sure what they are?
So the farmers who accepted us are really mad about this mad cat, this wet cat, and like a one-armed lizard.
I guess you didn't emerge from the sea in the middle of the night. I'm going to try and... I don't know. I don't feel like Zarka would actually immediately try to placate them. I think she's kind of going to step to the side and not directly put her hand on her hilt of her sword, but it's hovering in that area. Like, she's unsure, eyes darting around. This is starting to give her, like, familiar bad vibes.
Sorry, did you say
Being
that there's a
surrounded like
group
this.
with them?
There's a
Oh,
small
yes.
group of about 3 or 4 others behind them.
Payne, I'll be curious to know later what sank our boat, but yes, we are carrying.
To be fair, you guys took a dinghy out into open waters.
That's true.
It was that or the fire. I still think we chose correct.
Yes.
But yes, sensible conclusion.
I think Lelia is too shell shocked to say anything. She's probably just like, you know, like a cat that you're trying to give a bath to. Like, what is happening here? Like, just wet and ears back, and yeah, she doesn't know how to react.
Zarkra, as you've kind of sidestepped, kind of preparing yourself for whatever the stranger might have thrown at you, you do see a figure come bounding up to you. As he starts barking loudly, as you recognize it's a farm dog, but he kind of draws short when he gets closer to you. And you assume, like, again, the wet musk all over you kind of masked that you were people, and especially with, wet cats don't look like cats. So you don't quite look right, considering half of the group are soaked to backsies. But as the farm dog kind of stops barking and sniffs at you, the farmer itself, the yelling kind of stops for a moment. And Fyodor and Duka, again, that angry yelling kind of stops, and then you just hear, Ethel, get the blanket! As you see this large, you guys don't see it, but the other two, you guys kind of see, he's coming more into view. Again, it's harder to see in this nighttime. A kind of a large furbolg man is just like, the fuck happened to you?
It's a long story.
I'd say you look like
But
something the cat dragged in, but cat's not looking much better.
In any case, we'd be grateful for your hospitality, and I'm certain there's something we could do to repay you if you simply let us have access to some dry clothes and perhaps a warm fire.
Fire? Yeah.
You're looking awful shell-shocked. I've already got a couple holing up in here, but I guess what's a couple more? What's wrong with that one? That one's a little twitchy. Ethel!
Yeah, Zarka's going to kind of just lightly put her hand on Lelia's, I guess her hand as well, like her shoulder is not in reach, to attempt to steady her with her presence for whatever good it's going to do.
Thank you. This we'll be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Remember, it's just the next thing. We do the next thing, and we worry about the next thing after that.
As you see him, he kind of gets up to the other side of the fence that you guys were on. He kind of looks at both sides, and it's a decent walk from the gate on this side. So you're gonna either keep walking that way or come through the fence, but y'all seem a little bit worn out. And you hear back where like the light has kind of lit up in one of the houses back there, is a very you almost can't see her from this distance. A short just, George, why are you yelling? Get the damn blankets, Ethel! How many times do I gotta say it? And you hear it kind of shuffle back in the house and disappear. As he kind of he helps you guys through and kind of leads you back towards the houses where you can kind of see her come back out again, like a stack of blankets in her hand. You recognize it's this stout little dwarf woman with like the full beard, just like blankets almost covering her face. It's like, you said get blankets. Why are you bringing home strays all the time, George?
Lelia like makes a move to help her. Like, that's a lot of blankets.
And Zarka is going to, do her best to herd the cats forward, because I'm sure more than just Lelia are twitchy right now.
Herding cats.
Man, it's like
First observation, a lot more yelling down here.
The fucking circus is in town. And I go back to sleep.
Yeah.
I was like, the two of you, as well as your little group of about 3 others with you, are kind of shuffled inside. Blankets are put on you as best you can. It's almost like she has no issue on Zarker, but some of the other tabaxi, she's kind of like trying her hardest to like jump up and rap on him, but most of them just kind of take it from her. She starts getting a fire going inside as the large furbolg man is starting to kind of push things aside, get things shuffled. He's not sure what you guys have just walked in from, but he kind of waddles out for a minute and goes, well, already making it a party. I'll go get the big ones. And he comes back out to the barn and kind of opens it and is like, we got more scraps inside, so we're making another dinner if you want it.
Food.
What time is
That
this?
sounds good.
It's getting closer, like 9, maybe 10 o'clock. Like there's not much light out. Most of the farm animals have been put up for the night.
Lilia is gonna.
I look
happily
at Theodore. Just kind of like questioning glance.
I mean, I will always take someone's food if offered. Couldn't
not.
hurt. It's
Then
not,
I
like
will
we're
come
going,
to.
it's not like we're going to get any sleep while all the yelling is happening.
That's true.
Fuck it. I
Fuck it.
duck under the gate, the entrance to the barn. Make my way out.
I close my book and I hide it away and follow suit.
He kind of circles. He doesn't follow you guys right in. He kind of circles the barn, which from the last 2 days you've been here, he's probably going out to one of the coops. Especially, saying more people are here. He's probably either gonna slaughter one of the chickens for it. But he's disappeared for the moment as you guys shuffle in, and you do see a group of 5 total, 4 tabaxis, different, like all varying sizes and markings and things. But there is one kind of huddled off to the side with a little kobold near them, also almost completely hidden in the blanket by the sheer size of it.
And they all look like burned and wet at the same time.
They all look soaking wet, and their clothes are like they're blackened and singed, but they're but it's older. Like it's before it got wet, it still has these like charred markings all over it. And
Gotcha.
several of the cats, their whiskers are kind of singed short.
Do they seem dangerous?
They seem shaken.
Well, for animals, that could be the most dangerous.
Yeah.
It is probably hard to judge Zarka based on the narrow slit of eye and snout that's showing through the blanket pile.
I was gonna say, can I see any weapons on any of them?
Actually,
not as far as you can see.
Oh, I was about to say, I feel like Lilia is pulling her stuff out, trying to dry it all off, because her ring blade is, covered in cloth and stuff, and she has a bag, and...
Yeah, that's hard to conceal, actually.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the majority, because I know you two do, but just the other ones, again, they just seemed... You guys don't recognize the clothing, but to the farmers, they recognize them as they have very, simple garments on them, and they don't really have much to them.
Zarka would lay her sword out next to herself while she's in the blankets, because the blankets would make it inaccessible if it were on her, but it is within reach. So, yes, take that as you will.
Is it a nice sword?
It is a relatively nice sword. It's functional. It's not ornate or anything, but it is definitely
military grade.
Standard issue.
Military grade soldier sword sized for her, and it is a rapier.
So
is
they are
Fyodor
armed. Fyodor is always armed. Fyodor has all of our stuff still. I didn't set it down because I don't trust it left in the barn. So I'm just worried.
Trust the cows.
I don't trust the cows. They have too many secrets. Yeah.
Never seen these cows before.
But yeah, no. So I guess as far as eyeing up danger, so we see a bunch of wet cats and a lizard, one of whom has a giant ring blade and one has a sword. And in response, so they see an 8'2" bugbear holding a glaive and a war maul and a bag full of an entire town's worth of stuff.
Yeah, Cold Eyes size you up.
We are not the correct ones to be suspicious right now. We are the
Yeah.
wrong party to be concerned.
Immediate possible threat, just clocking you.
Yeah, just looming out of a barn. Just, I mean, for future reference, stop, drop, and roll works a lot better than throwing yourself in the water.
Lelia just kind of like looks at him and she's just like, yeah. Just really awkward. She doesn't have the ability to put on her nice, happy everything right now.
If one
She
of
just goes
the,
back to drying her stuff out.
because I'm guessing Fyodor and Ducha pass us by at this point, heading for like wherever that meal's being cooked, or are they like sitting down with us, waiting for it to be served?
Well, as you're getting situated, hi Raccoon.
I see my son making an appearance.
So cute.
As you guys kind of get situated and have a glance, which Fyodor and Dukan, you've come in for meals before, so it's a little bit more familiar. But to the other two, as you kind of finally get a good glance around, you realize that this house is one big room. So you have like the large table in the center. There's a bed pressed up against the far wall, and then you have like the pots and pans and things are all kind of pushed over on the side over by the fireplace. But it's like they don't have a lot, and this also kind of explains why the other two came out of the barn instead of the house.
Dukagon goes to help cook.
You kind of shuffle past the cluster of cats that are over here kind of shivering together under their blankets. So they've two of the three have kind of collectively decided to dry off one of them first, and you realize when she kind of turns and looks at you that she kind of has a blank look on her face, but not in a she's not all there, in a she can't see very well. And she seems a little unsettled by just your vague shape. But she's just kind of staring at you, but it's as they kind of dry off, she just kind of puffs up and her face almost disappears in her fluff.
Do her eyes look damaged?
Yes.
As I'm like passing by and I see her damaged eyes, I'll walk over, and just kind of like hold my hand out, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds to heal her eyes.
Ooh.
You watch as she kind of looks up at you, and her eyes squint for a second, and she just kind of, but her eye does not seem to change.
Actually, blindness is cured by a restoration, not a healing.
Zarka is going to look up at you, Duka, and just say, "Old wounds."
I was like, Zarka, you recognize that this little fluffy cat is the one that took care of the bugs.
Yes, and she was blind long before I met her, so
yeah.
So she's fully blind.
Yeah.
Well,
she can
visually impaired,
things, but it's not good. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
They're just bad eyes.
Gotcha. Sorry.
So kind of like again like that blindness and cat, they definitely look off, but it's not like I've got something in my eye and I can't see.
Gotcha. Do any of the others look injured at all?
They seem disheveled and some of their fur seems burned, but for the most part, they seem okay. The other two are not as eager to get near you as you kind of loom over her, but she mostly just seems curious, as insinuated by the just big scary shadow. Boop. But
I tried, and I'll go back to cooking.
Like dialogue pops up in the screen. Lelia will remember this.
She won't.
Oh yeah, true.
But
so
her memory is not the greatest either. What was her name again? If that was established.
Oh, I know she had a name.
Right, it's just been so long.
Yeah,
I didn't pull up any of those notes from when I wrote those sessions.
That's okay.
I don't remember the top of my head.
Quick question.
Quick
so
answer.
You said they seem shaken. Is it like immediately recognizable, like trauma shaken, or do I need to insight check that shit?
The other two, they like much like Lilia, seem very like they're rattled. Everything is kind of making them jumpy. she's the oddball of them, and that something is wrong. She seems kind of distressed, but she's the most of like, oh no, this is fine. Hi, who are you?
Gotcha. Because I meant everyone. Like I meant like
Yeah.
Zarka and Lelia and the whole group.
But
Like,
yeah, it's like as a total, they just seem like everything's making them jumpy. Like something has happened to set them off. Like this seems like something has gone wrong.
Yeah, I will
Almost.
say you can easily discern by looking at Zarkra as you've gotten closer now, and she's been looking around at all of you and watched Duka do that. She is just kind of on high alert now, just very clearly watching everything, trusting nothing.
I will.
In a very practiced kind of way, not in a very like startled, spooked kind of way, just in a very sentry on watch.
Reading the room, I will set down the bag of stuff like in a corner if there's room for it. And I will specifically like leave my weapons at the door before I like get any closer to like the group. So like I'm not sitting there with a glaive like 2 inches from anybody's face.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna set those up against the wall by the door and then just kind of take like pop a squat, like not sitting, but like the sitting on your what's the word for it?
Crisscross applesauce?
Not crisscross, like just squatting down, like how I used to sit in chairs, like just kind of
Oh.
like L
Squatty
from Death
potty
Note.
style?
Perching.
Perching. Yeah, just kind of squat down into a perch and just pull out what seems to be like a gallon jug that very clearly smells alcoholic and just kind of hold it out to the very emotionally damaged new people. I'm just kind of
Cat people.
yeah.
Before anybody has had a chance to say anything in that response, you hear a loud bang as that front door kind of swings open as you again see that familiar furball kind of shuffles in. He's holding 2 chickens up by their neck. Like, I didn't mean to break the party. All right. We can't keep feeding these many people. You're the one that keeps inviting them in, George. Yeah, well, I can't keep doing it.
Lelia says, I could help hunt if that's a thing tomorrow.
Have we just been freeloading, or are we like? Have we done services?
I figured you guys had probably helped out around here and there.
I'll hold the roof up to make repairs. You know. Sure.
I had taken Duka's like immediate like going to help with the cooking to mean that he'd done that already.
Yeah.
Somebody needed their house moved a little to the left. So
Ow! Ow!
Like,
Just more house moving. It's a theme.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Ow!
dwarf woman doesn't seem shy.
Okay,
Helping,
Amos?
kind of
Evie
steps
keeps.
aside, kind of making room for her. It's like, at least somebody's helpful in this household. George, don't look at me, Ethel.
Sorry, my cat decided that was the time to like dig her claws into my knee repeatedly.
Absolutely, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can think of no better time.
Cat has good instincts.
The door kind of slowly creaks shut, and just
That
before it
cat
could
for president.
close, you see that familiar farm dog kind of hop into the door just before it can finally close. Although he seems more relaxed around Zarkra. He seems a little itchy around the cats and dog. But he doesn't seem aggressive towards anybody. He's just kind of curious.
I cast
As-
minor illusion to make a little like moving like chew toy that kind of dances around the room to distract the dog.
Like the most advanced laser pointer known to man or dog alike.
Yeah, like a holographic, like the Tupac hologram version of a laser pointer.
Fuck.
You see him kind of. He almost knocks over some of the chairs as he like follows after it, but you do see him kind of bouncing after it, kind of trying to mostly keep out of everyone's way, but it's still a dog running around, and every now and again it bumps into somebody or something. But it doesn't seem like it's gonna bother anybody about it.
For Fodor's reference, the chew toy looks like Babushka.
Good.
Oh, no.
So they just see the hologram of an aged goblin woman just.
A doll resembling an aged goblin woman. Thank you. I'm not like fucking burning her in effigy.
I did that once before we left as a prank, but other than that.
After he places the two chickens on the counter next to what you assume is his wife. He kind of managed to skirt around and leans over you a little bit where you're perched down there, and he goes, "So, gonna talk about all of the you guys?"
Lelia's gonna come over with a little cup she pulls out of her thing, and she's gonna hold it up to Fyodor, out to Fyodor to
Cool.
accept
I
some
pour
of
her
that,
Kafka.
some of that drink, and she's gonna
It
Ugh.
tastes like espresso and moonshine mixed together, because it
Alright.
is.
That sounds awful. She's gonna take a little sip. No. Okay, sorry. I thought
It
that might
tastes
help.
like burning, but you will forget what you are running from very soon.
I had to be running from something, but I don't know what. Y'all look like you're from that. What? Ethel, what do they call it? A home? It's a monastery, you idiot. It's a home. Y'all look like you're from the home.
This is one room. Why are they yelling so much?
Ethel can't hear that well anymore. I heard that. No, you didn't.
Zarkra's going to come over too, because here's where the action is, and she's curious to know what's the deal with these other two travelers who are stopping in. And
You're also offered some alcohol.
Lelia
I'll take
turns
some.
to Zarkra. She's like, "It's supposed to help me forget, but I don't know. I don't know if I can. This is bad. It's really bad. I mean, thank you. I really appreciate the drink, but this
No,
is
it tastes terrible. It's
terrible."
acquired taste.
Let us start now.
I have some water in my bag, Lilia. You're welcome to it.
Zarkra, did you drink it?
Not yet.
Okay.
Ominous.
It doesn't require a con save or anything.
Yeah,
You don't.
she's just holding the cup.
You don't require
Do you
a
have
con
stats
save.
on my drink now?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, fuck.
Lelia,
Fair. Body weight wise, Zarkra is like a 5-year-old.
Lelia's just like, "Oh, okay, just down the hatch," and she just really quickly does it. She's like, "Okay, that's
Pounds it.
enough. That's enough. That's enough of
I'm
that."
gonna need you to make a con save.
Delicious.
This is when we find out that Fyodor has the iocane powder immunity of.
Hey y'all, how do we play D&D again? No, I'm just kidding.
So you get the die that looks funny because it's got too many sides on it. And speaking of battery acid, I have an energy drink over here.
12 plus 1, so 13.
So you all kind of see this as, again, Lilia shaking that kind of wet. Again, you're starting to dry off, especially with the fire, but your fur's still kind of clinging to you, giving you that weird shape, because cats are funky shaped underneath their fur, let's be honest.
Don't
Indeed.
shame.
It's too late.
Yeah.
And you watch as she kind of takes it, and it takes almost everything in you to just kind of keep it down. It tries its hardest not to, but you watch almost like a cartoon. All of the fur kind of bristles and stands up, going the whole way up your body, just and you temporarily lose a point of wisdom.
Okay.
Damage.
A first in 5e.
I
First
love this.
instance of a damaged stat in 5e. Besides, I think one thing can steal your strength. Shadows can take your strength, but
Intellect devourers can take your intelligence. So
oh
there's a
yeah,
couple.
that makes sense.
There's a couple things. Yep.
Oh
It's
my
rare,
God,
though.
just drink it. That
That
explains
explains my
Fyodor's
+0.
wisdom.
That explains my +0 in wisdom. Yeah.
I feel like she's a super lightweight anyway, so she's like, "That's terrible, but I think it works. Good job."
You're literally less aware of your surroundings now.
After witnessing that, in response to George, Zarka's going to say, I think home works, or worked. It's not suitable to be anyone's home any longer. We came here in a boat afterwards, but the boat sank.
You were going for a willing midnight swim.
They weren't supposed to be fiery.
Boats?
So I'm
What,
told.
fires?
No,
The boats?
She just says that with no context. She's like, they weren't supposed to be fiery. She's talking about the bugs, but like, nobody else knows. I mean, yeah.
That cat is not okay.
No.
She's not the
Dugagon
same.
is gonna
She's
come in.
different.
Dugagon comes in holding like a plate of, like hors d'oeuvres, like appetizers or whatever. And he's gonna start offering them around and just go. And where exactly was this monastery, if I might ask?
That is a good question.
That is a good question.
It is if you you guys know that if you go a little bit further south to the coast and keep following it, that is where it is. It is not. It's actually not very far from here. It's maybe 2 days, a day or two travel.
She says,
to get
well,
to it from
it's
here.
nowhere now. But
Oh,
it used to
Lilia
be.
says that too. It's the nowhere now.
Yeah. It used to be just over there. Just over there.
did it
That's
get
all.
up? Actually, I was gonna act like that. He's not stupid. So I was like, oh, the fire. I understand everything now.
They weren't supposed to be fiery.
I am sorry for the accidental fires. What wasn't supposed to be fiery?
I would assume the home, Fidya.
She turns to the blind cat and she says, "What are they called again?"
Oh,
It cut out the word.
man, she just as soon as you kind of look at her, again, she just kind of looks at you. Well, in your general direction, just kind of, oh, spitpoles, my spitpoles. And this is the most distressed you have seen since she's come in here.
What the fuck is a spitpole?
Do I recognize spitpoles?
You do not.
Motherfuck.
Can I? Oh, well, I was gonna say, can I attempt to draw one? No, not me, but Lelia. She's just, I don't know. Maybe she's got. Well, she doesn't have any paper or anything. If there's like dust on the ground or something, she'll just make a kind
If
of.
she gestures that she wants to like draw it, I'll hand her a scrap of paper and like a quill or whatever.
Okay.
Whatever the fuck we use in this setting for pens.
Yeah.
She'll be like,
ballpoint.
Go to Yield Office Max and get a Sharpie. I don't give a
Sharpies.
fuck.
I can do that thing.
I'm worried
you're
my
gonna
drink
do
may
it-
have killed her.
Yeah, it's like, roll just a straight intelligence check to try and draw it in a way that it.
As she's drawing it, I'm gonna cast guidance on her. Give her a D4.
Ooh, thank you. Oh.
Cool idea.
Oh, okay. So I got a oh, no wait, that's the wrong dice. There we go. I got a 4, but I only rolled a 3, so plus 1. So
That's an 8.
yeah.
Above
You
easy,
guys
below
kinda
average.
You guys are watching her, sitting here try to draw it. Some of the leftover dampness is kind of soaking the paper a little bit, making the ink run just a little, just to make it a little bit more fuzzy. And you kind of get the idea of it, but you don't recognize what it is. You're like, that's a bug.
It's a bug.
So
Congrats.
a bug that is not normally on fire became on fire. It's so hard that your house is gone.
Burned it all.
It was a swarm. They were everywhere.
What are they normally? Because they're not normally fire, they're normally what?
They're called spitpoles, but they're normally kind of like, they function kind of like bees.
Oh, okay.
They're fantasy
They're like
bees.
moth bees.
That's adorable or horrifying, depending on which parts of each of those things you take.
They were pretty cute. They're very fluffy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they were were they just on fire, or were they like inherently like of a kind fiery, like producing their own flame? I am interested now.
It was new. They just
Refresh my memory. Did they land on things and ignite them, or did they like emit some sort of fiery substance? I really can't remember anymore.
So the spit pools could set things on fire.
Yeah,
The
one way or
same
another, the answer
part of
is
them that used to hold pollen would
ah.
then burn things.
Yes,
You
they
don't
spread some sort of inflammatory
say.
substance.
Weird.
Interest. Dugan is gonna start like jotting down notes in his fucking notebook.
Handy dandy.
You're a user of magics, it seems.
It would seem, yes. And he doesn't look up.
Openly. It's interesting.
How do you close your magic?
a good question.
I don't know how to answer that, actually.
I'm fucking with you. I know what you mean. Do you have to hide it where you're from?
Well, no matter where you are, it gets you noticed. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing.
It is an indifferent thing. Tell me more about these bugs. Did you collect any? Did you harvest any remains from where you came from?
I do not remember, but I don't think so.
No.
Bane? Okay.
I doubt that they
You guys
trauma looted.
fled as fast as you could.
We managed to kill several of them and hold back the swarm for a time, but we lost many people, and in the end, all there was escape.
Lilia says, "I'll
The
be back."
monastery is overrun. I suppose if you're that desperate for a sample, you could go venture that way yourself.
Oh, we will. Don't worry about that.
At the mention of like losing people, Lilia says, "I'll be back," and goes and like buries herself in the blankets for a minute. She don't want anybody to see it.
You are very convincingly concealing your distress.
Puts a thumb up
Says that
from
with
outside of the
a
blanket.
Aw.
As you've kind of buried yourself and stuck your hand out, you feel something hit your hand as you all look over and realize that the dwarf she's got like a thing, like a big stack of bowls. She's trying very hard to hold, and is just kind of trying to put one in your hand because she's not sure where else you are anymore. And she starts kind of handing bowls of this stew out to everybody.
She grabs it and
Could you
pulls
please
it
help
under the
Miss Ethel?
blanket.
Yeah. I immediately just like start grabbing and helping. But this is the lady who can't see very well or can't hear very well. You said she
No,
can't
this
really.
this is the dwarf lady.
Okay, because you said
The wife.
she wasn't quite sure where
Because she's buried in blankets.
because
Yeah.
she's
Yeah,
buried in
because she was
blankets.
trying to figure out how to hand it to
Gotcha.
Lilia.
She is a mass.
Yeah, I help. I just
You help her get the rest of the bowls out to those. Some of the other ones don't seem to eat as much. Again, still very rattled, but they do munch on it. And as she starts getting the kitchen cleaned back up, you watch as the Furbolg, he kind of takes his seat back over in this like rocking chair over in the far corner. Dog immediately is just like, yes, it is sleep time, and goes and curls up at his feet. And she goes, "Whenever your food's done, I ain't got enough room in this house. You all have to sleep in the barn. It's warm enough. The cows like it."
Lilia like finishes her bowl and then like slips it out under the blanket and then just kind of like envelops all her stuff back into the blankets, puts everything away, and then like all blankets and everything just kind of shuffles out to the barn.
We're grateful that you have any shelter at all.
don't touch
Thank
the
you.
big nest I made in the corner. That is my spot.
Blankets kind of like
All right.
nod.
You said some of them are not eating.
Yeah, some of the other three, they ate on it a little bit, but they don't seem to have enough of an appetite to eat the whole bowl. Don't eat the actual bowl, please.
No, I was gonna just as we finish ours and we start making our way back out with our stuff, Fyodor will kind of towards them just. You cannot starve away your grief. At least be full. Hungry and sad is twice as rough. And then leaves.
Now that Zarkra has food to go with it, she will drink the Kafka. Constitution save?
Yep, make a con save.
Well, not terrible, but it's not good. 9.
You're dead now.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
almost
Rolling up a new character.
It is an unpleasant feeling. As again, you get it down. It's bad. This, you feel it burn in your nose. Like, you're like, I know I'm a tiny, not quite dragon, but I feel like I can breathe fire right now. That's not correct. That's the wrong kind of dragon as well.
Yeah.
And again, you
Blech.
kind of feel that same sensation that you saw on Lilia of like, you feel your skin creep and crawl up underneath your scales, and you do
Horrifying.
temporarily lose a point of wisdom.
I think I just smacked myself in my face with my own phantom limb.
That's good.
Oopsie doodle.
Are you all heading back out to the barn?
Unless they need
So-
anything before we leave, I'll probably offer to help, but otherwise, yeah.
I was like, the dwarf lady kind of helps get the rest of you guys out the door and closes it behind you, but other than that, you're kind of left to your own devices as the other three kind of aimlessly start to shuffle and then realize, no, barn, that way, nope, cut up, nope, we're going this way, we're turning. And they kind of fumble their way inside, although they're not really picky where they end up landing, just kind of all three of them kind of curled up together in some of the hay in one of the empty stalls.
Zarkra will hang back with the 2 goblinoids because although she needs sleep desperately, she's not completely satisfied yet that it's safe to sleep around these people she knows next to nothing about. So I think she is just going to ask, so what brings the 2 of you out this way?
Apologies.
We've told our story.
Absolutely. My name is Dugogon. This is my brother Fyodor. We
Hello.
are from the far north. We are scholars of a sort. We are traveling about, as you no doubt could tell from my feverish note-taking earlier. We are collectors of lore, collectors of information, and right now, zoologists.
Well, I suppose quite a bit of interest to you just fell into your lap.
It would
But
seem so.
that is good to know. I don't know what kind of scholarship happens in these parts, so I'm glad you're getting some engagement. My name's Zarkra, by the way.
Pleasure to meet you, Zarkra.
You
These-
are...
Go
Sorry.
ahead, please.
Okay. You are not like the others. Were you a member of the monastery as well, or?
No, I seem to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's becoming a pattern for me. I was receiving treatment there, recovering after.
Fair enough.
These bugs, I hate to bring up this sore subject again.
It's all right. They're gone to sleep. We can talk. You'll not trouble me with this.
Do you still believe they are still there at the charred remains of this monastery?
They were when we left, but the place was an inferno. So I don't know if they've moved on to burn something else or if that's simply how they like it. I could not tell you.
Interesting. You combated these creatures? You fought them, yes?
As effectively as one can.
If one were to go and fight them again, what would you have any recommendations for them?
Traditional weapons are worth nothing against a swarm of small creatures. Doused in water, though, and the monastery did have a special spray that they used to keep them docile before their change. It still seemed to work on the fiery ones, although they were back in the air and igniting everything around them within minutes.
When you say conventional weaponry was not useful, is it because they were far apart, or was it because they were resilient?
Very many of them and very far apart. They
Mm.
can be stabbed or squashed as easily as any bug.
Bane, is it still raining?
No.
Oh,
But
Did
it was
you move?
raining before, and it had been raining for a while.
I don't remember mentioning rain. Did I
I don't
mention
either.
rain?
They were so wet.
We were wet
They
because
were
we
They
came
soaking
out
were
of
wet
the
because
water.
they came out of a boat.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
they're
were
out
in
of
the
the ocean.
yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Like
They got
Innsmouth
soaked
people.
from a dinghy in open water.
Yeah.
So
You guys
Yeah.
turning in for the night?
Yes, this has been very interesting, Zarkra. I appreciate your information, and we will keep you posted.
of course, if you do intend to fight those things, like I said, I'd recommend poison, I suppose. Something stronger
Imagine-
than that spray they were using, even if it did work in a pinch.
I imagine it will be a lot easier to fight them when you're not concerned about the building burning.
Perhaps.
Like as you guys start to kind of make your way into the barn to actually get situated for the night, there's a slight unease itching at the back of your neck, Dukugan. But you feel it's familiar. It's that kind of feeling that something's watching you, and it's been doing that since you guys have gotten here. And you think it's the sheep because you look around as you kind of glance back again. You do see a few of the sheep in one of the pens not very far from you. They're just watching. Unnerving.
Detect
They
magic.
got those weird goat eyes. You don't detect anything.
Motherfucker. Fyodor,
What? Ah,
feel it again.
from a does it have a direction? Is it magical?
It's not magic. It is being watched.
Well,
Do you sense anything?
oh yeah, I can do that.
Does your blood speak to you?
Oh yeah, I have advantage on perception checks for unnatural things. I would like to blood hunter sense.
I would like to vibe.
So that's a plus perception. Actually, is it perception or investigation for this?
Are you going to like go in that direction that they're unnerved from, or are you just
Hang on,
gonna
let me
kind of
reread
see?
my ability just to be sure, because I think I only get advantage on one of them.
You get advantage on survival and history.
Okay, survival checks to track them, and intelligence checks to remember them. So then I guess this is survival with advantage. Okay. Hey, survival I have, not trash. So that's a 16.
You kind of take a second to survey like the area. Like again, you kind of recognize like, what's supposed to be where, like different animals, like where they kind of go at the night for now.
Which of the sheep are
As-
sus?
I was like, far as you can tell, everything is in order. The sheep are in the sheep pen. Most of the cows aren't out. There's maybe 2 or 3 of them are out. Most of them are in the barn. You see, there's 2 horses that are
Like
out
in
there.
the barn with us?
There's some in the stalls in the barn. Most of you
Oh.
guys aren't in the stalls, but there's some in stalls.
Maybe I
Those
want
are
to be
the
in a stall.
dairy cows. But I was like, everything seems to be in order, as they have been. Some of the smaller animals, like the sheep and the goats, for some reason always keep staring at you. But that's just they're weird. That's just kind of they got those weird eyes, you know.
I do not detect anything. Purely, perhaps unfamiliarity with the quirkiness of sheep features.
Perhaps.
I will keep an eye out, though.
Sheep are kind of creepy.
Thank you for updating.
I will reposition so that I am sleeping closer to the door to the barn than Duhe is. I move from my space in the corner to like the other corner closer to the door.
I help him move his bed.
My bed is just the hay on the ground.
I was like, you guys
I help
have
him-
hay.
the hay. I move the hay nest that he has formed, and I help him like reform it.
Yeah, so I said I have that. I do that.
Well, we will call it a night for the party. Like you guys sleeping, and we can take a quick bio break. Intermission.
Sounds
What can I
good.
have you?
I'm gonna put on the slideshow for a minute. As soon as I get back, I will talk to the chat for a sec, and then we can start back up.
Sounds great.
Cool.
But for
See you in a
now,
bit.
y'all will be muted, so the stream won't be able to hear you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So. The owl is very important. You're right. Seems like it's working now. Yeah. She's aggressive. Aggressive. Be aggressive. So pretty. The owl doesn't have a name. It needs a name. Did you cut off all your hair? What? That's terrible.
in my lap.
That'd be like if a supervillain was sitting there and they were just petting the fucking dog from Up. It's just like, ah, yes, Bond. I see you're here. It's just like, is that a friend?
All right. Well,
Oh,
aww.
Mr. Bond, I expect you to
Cora, that was
squirrel.
so nice. Thank you very much.
My favorite thing is that there is an unintended or fully intended implication behind the fact that you are like Mama Amos and all of you have all these subs.
You
Hey,
just said today.
it has been pointed out that eventually I need to change my name to Mistress Amos.
Don't do that. You have a child.
That's
Please.
why I refused. I was like, no. What happens on the internet doesn't stay on the internet, so I'm gonna not do that to my child.
He probably appreciates it, for being honest.
Yeah, he doesn't know yet, but he will when he's older. He'll thank me. Also, Core gifted you a sub, Goth.
Oh, that's what made me think of that terrible thing I just said.
Oh.
Yeah, but Core doesn't have to give them one, because, like...
Oh, I adore it.
I was gonna laugh if that was already on the stream.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
I don't care.
They can hear
Okay.
you for sure. Yeah.
We're back in. Yep.
That was funny. I don't care who
Needed.
you are.
Hey, there's a reason I mark this channel NSFW, okay? Don't want to have to watch the things I say. Way too
That wouldn't go
inappropriate for
well.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
Because I've
a
already cursed once.
yeah. I have
You
a
said fuck in the
reward.
first line of the game.
Yeah.
Starting off strong.
I have
Gotta admire it.
a channel points thing that people can cash in where I can't cuss for 10 minutes, and the thing
Oh no.
people can put in a command every time I break it, and it'll start the time over. So I can't cuss until I make it a full 10 minutes, or I can't cuss until I make it a full 10 minutes without cussing.
That must be
And
so hard for you.
it's very difficult. I fail every time. I think I had it last for like 30 minutes one time because I couldn't get it together. I was playing a really hard game. So, yeah. It's funny.
Ah, I squished him. He don't care.
Doesn't matter
Nope.
who thought. That was not thought of by her. That was thought of by me and then repeatedly regurgitated by her. So.
Oh geez, weird. I don't know who that could possibly be.
Mhm.
Wait, what happened?
I was
know.
answering
Core.
someone in the chat. Yeah, Core in the chat.
Oh.
Core is denying responsibility for
Where's Cora?
Yeah, there's Cora.
that was really funny.
Hi.
I saw the door open, the shadow
Yeah.
of
She must have been scratching at the door.
I didn't even.
Oh.
I just saw the door
Cora.
swing open, and then I just saw the
Sit.
shadow of Cora come around. I was like,
Oh,
God.
I saw
You've been playing with
a
Kaya?
human.
She's slobbery. Hi.
Also, thank you, Core. I didn't say that yet.
Okay, I'm gonna make it to where they can see us again if everybody's ready, and we can start back up.
Witness me.
Let's see. All right, I'm just gonna hide this.
Oh.
Nope, wrong one. This. Yay! We're back.
That does not bode well.
What?
Welcome
I have
back.
all of my d20s
You take 4d20 damage.
out? I
Could
like
you
to
Yeah,
pick
you
sit?
which
having all the
one.
d20s.
Just
I have so many.
make yourself comfortable over there.
Oh my God, she has. I don't know if you've
Dog.
noticed how she's sitting.
It's the only way she sits. Unladylike dog.
Being a
I
lady.
wonder. I wonder where she got such unladylike behavior.
Psh, I don't know.
From couldn't be from a proper lady like yourself.
Southern lady.
No.
This unbecoming behavior.
No
Bane
wonder
the
I
Cat.
don't. No wonder I don't like her sometimes. She learned how to be a bitch from like the best source. Right?
What'd you say, Saber?
Or I have a mechanical question. Do Fyodor and
Okay.
Dukagon also make con saves when they drink the Kafka?
Fyodor does not. Because you just drink it religiously. You've gotten used to the stupid.
Pretty sure Fyodor does not do anything religiously.
Yeah. Fyodor is an acolyte of God is dead.
I was like, Dukagon still does, but you have a lower save than they do.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Noting it on my character sheet.
It's resistances and immunities.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
I'm immune to Kofka.
I feel like I'm being watched,
You are.
and not just
I
because we're on
wonder
stream.
why.
That's some
You guys
like
ready to rock and roll?
that's some sci-fi humor. They'd be like, "Chat, do you ever feel like you're being watched?" Just
Didn't
completely.
they say that in that one anime that we watched about kids in space?
Kids
That was a
in
weird
space?
fucking show.
It was a weird anime.
It was a weird anime
Anyway.
about kids in space.
Have
Is
you
it Lloyd in space?
Have you seen that on Crunchyroll? It's like an entire category is children trying not to die. It's
Which is
a
weirdly
category.
unnecessary. You can just call that isekai.
There was
You
a
ready to get back
story-
into it?
yeah. Yes.
I guess.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'll sit here and chat for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
But-
well, I mean, that's what we do, right?
As entertaining as that would be.
But
I mean, we are fucking hilarious.
And humble.
so you guys
And
are
attractive.
All true things. Well, okay, the humble part.
Can I finish my sentence?
No,
so
I'm
please?
sorry.
Apologies.
I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
Thank you for apologizing.
I'm gonna fight you.
Shit, hey, let's roll initiative.
Against me. I'm on my way. Alright, then. You guys have all gone off to bed. Again, you still have that inkling, like unnerved feeling in the back of your head, Dukagon, but morning kind of rolls around. You're woken up rather early with the sun. Not even from the not from like the crowing of the rooster, but specifically from the cows that are waking up in the barn. They're not quiet and they are very angry because they don't have breakfast yet. But so you
I thought
guys are
we're just
awoken.
woken up by the sun because it's like not as overcast as our mountains are.
Now you're in a barn, but yeah, no, the cows are definitely making a fuss first thing in the morning. But you guys, again, as you're kind of what you do hear that kind of everything's coming back to life. That kind of all the livestock are making noises. They're like people are starting to come out of their houses, going out in the fields, getting things situated. As again, that the big barn door kind of creaks open. As there's the little dwarf later, and she's pulling behind her like a big bucket of like barley and stuff, and she doesn't take a second thought about it and starts taking hay from the bed that you've made and putting it and the barley into the stalls with these dairy cows.
Lelia hops up. Good morning. Can I help you? I can help. I'm very useful. Just let me know what you need me to do.
Perfect, because anybody staying here, they don't have to pay, but they gotta work.
Fair
I
enough.
just pick up the rest of the hay and just.
She kind of just points at you and like gestures at the big cattle, the meat cows. And just kind of gestures for you to go on. She
Okay.
kind of takes a glance at the other three that are shuffled in the in one of the stalls. She goes, "They just look like sad sacks. I'll bother them at lunch." She again starts kind of She's just kind of starts issuing out what she wants you guys to start doing. Lilia, she goes, "Eggs," and kind of points at the wall of the barn where you can kind of hear chickens on the other side of it. that you think there's probably a coop over there for him. Points at Zarka. Goat stuck in the fence. And Dukagon.
I'll take care of it.
Lilia's like, okie dokie, I'm on my way.
You seem
And she
different.
And finally, she kind of turns at Dukagon and kind of eyes him and goes, "You can fix stuff, right?"
I can certainly try.
There's a tear in the fence back behind the sheep pen.
I'm on it.
Oh yeah, because you have mending, right?
No.
You absolute shit.
To Fyodor saying, you seem different today. Lily says, gotta take it one day at a time. And like just kind of hops off towards the eggs.
Under his breath, Dukagon's like, I think I prefer the trauma.
Yeah.
So, who wants to go first?
Do I know how to get eggs without breaking them?
I was like, I have
hope
things,
so.
don't worry. But who wants to go first?
I hope that you have the dexterity greater than like a dog. Like those
Yeah.
dogs you can just pick up eggs without breaking them, right? So I hope that you can at least do that.
Yeah. Let's hope. Yeah, I'll go first.
So you kind of, and again, after she's issued out orders, everybody's kind of going their separate ways because no one wants to argue with her after the yelling match that you hear they have constantly. Like, no, I'm just gonna go. I like having my hearing. So as you kind of make your way around, you see like the large pen of chickens, like where the coops and stuff are, as well as like a little yard and stuff that they go into. And there is one large bird in there that is definitely not a chicken, but nobody else seems worried about it. But it seems very stressed about you.
What is
Who let a cassowary into this farm?
There is there is a large turkey in with these chickens.
Well, excuse me. I'm just here for the eggs. Nothing to see here. Just gonna like kind of.
As you're kind of trying to get, you first start to go through like the gate to go into the yard where the chickens and stuff, because several of them have come out, but there's still several in the coop, probably on eggs. And as you get to the door, as you start getting closer to the door, as soon as he sees you reach for the handle, that chicken just kind of swells, completely puffs up, making that weird, like garbled, like gobbling sound as it charges for the door. It's like, bitch, square up. No. You
Lily is
found
like,
the guard turkey.
She starts off, she's like, oh, okay, it's fine. Settle down. We're going to be fine. And see if that works a little bit first. She's trying to appease the turkey.
If you'd like to roll animal handling, you can.
Oh boy. It's the first campaign. I've not had it.
I remember with your past.
I don't think any of us have animal handling, and that's very concerning.
There's a reason I have notes on you guys.
I have
I don't think animal handling works on monsters.
It just seems upset that you're existing in its space right now. But as you're kind of like trying to get it, you realize that there is a door that goes directly in the coop. And as you kind of again make your way around, he is following you along the fence line like, I'll fuck you up. Come on, cat, bitch. Like he is trying his hardest to just like biggest thing in here. And you open the door to like the coop itself, and there is a couple chickens, and you do see the eggs and things like that, and you hear like something like one of the chickens screech and like the sound of his claws and stuff, and you see that he's trying to get into like the hole where the chickens go in and out of the coop, but he's far too big for it. And so he is just kind of head in that, squawking at you, but it's easy enough to kind of get in there and get eggs.
She's like, ha!
You, however,
see where that gets you?
like you're collecting eggs, and it's hard to kind of concentrate on anything else with him screeching. But as you kind of start to come back out with the eggs, you feel that same kind of inkling of like something is pulling at like the back of your nape of your neck. Like there's something seems off. But you at the same time you can't quite tell if it's like an unnerve from here or if it's unnerving from the turkey with an attitude.
She's still a monk. I mean, she's still a trained fighter, so I think she would kind of look around, like, why am I getting this feeling? Like, she's like, it doesn't seem like it should be the turkey, but it's, possible, I guess. But yeah, so she's gonna look around.
Well, you kind of glance around and roll me a perception check while I'm doing this. You kind of take a glance around, and again, you see it like things are kind of coming out. There's still those 2 horses over there that, by the size of them, are probably like plow horses of some kind. And like you notice like the cows and the different animals, and you start seeing again like the George has come out and he started helping out and things like that. What'd you roll?
I have a 14 plus 5, so I got 19.
You notice as you're looking around, where again, like you get where some of the animals are kind of, they'll look at you and kind of move on their way, like you're curious, but they don't care enough to investigate. But there is something off over by the sheep. You can't quite put your finger on it. Maybe it's because some of them don't look like they blink, but something doesn't seem right.
She's going to set the eggs in a safer location and go
And now,
check it
who
out.
wants to go now? Everybody has their choice.
I'll go.
So,
I'm getting a goat out of a fence.
Yeah, she told you that one of the goats has got their head stuck in a fence, which, by the sound in her voice, apparently is a common occurrence. So you the goats seem very, very interested in you when you get in there. And at first, they're just kind of like, they're all like, oh, do you have food? Do you have food? They're like kind of crowding around you. And then some of the bigger ones that have started to get horns see your horns and they seem like they want to play. As you're trying to get to where you hear one of them screaming, as goats do when they get stuck, one of them kind of bashes into the back of you and almost knocks you over.
Oof. Okay.
But you see, do you want? Sorry.
Oh no! Please continue.
It's hard to get over to where he is with these goats kind of pushing on you again. They're like, horns, goat. It's like goat, haha, goat. And so you finally get over there and you notice that this is probably this is the big ram that they have. And he has these like large horns that his head is stuck through the fence, like the horns caught on the fence and things like that, and he can't quite get them out. And you realize that they've wrapped they took twine and blankets and wrapped his horns up so that he can't hurt other things with them, but it makes it hard for him to get his head back out of the fence, and he does have some scratching on his face, but otherwise he seems fine.
Okay, all right. Huh. Well, I think what I'll do is I will... I'm guessing this is like a wooden fence, and he's got his head jammed through like a couple of the slats?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to try and... I guess clamber up onto the fence and... Does it look like if I remove the protective coverings on the horns, I might be able to ease him out more readily?
When you get a look at it from the other side, you realize that this type of goat, his horns don't really curl back. They just kind of go back. And it kind of looks like that if you could get his head to turn sideways, he might be able to pull his head back out. But where he is now, it's like a dog with a big stick trying to get it through a doorway. Like he can't figure out how to knock.
Then I'm going to go into one of the pouches I have on my side, and I'm going to pull out some of my rations and sort through them to see if I find any like berries or things like that that look like they might be more tempting for a goat.
Tin can.
And right, and I'm just going to kind of try and get in front of him on the other side of that fence. And I drop down on the other side, and I'm going to try and sort of pull his head towards me through offering like a handful of berries, like keep them just out of his reach and try and get him to try and contort and turn, to twist his head to the side.
Roll animal handling with advantage.
Okie dokie.
I like how I thought it was just a Yasuo thing, but now also Zarka is like, maybe what if I take off the safety measures? Would it be easier
Hey,
task if I made it more likely to hurt me?
She said that was
I
part
know.
of the reason that he
Yeah, I know.
got stuck.
I'm
That was
being-
just logic.
Yeah.
Weighing all my options.
Logic.
I might not open the cursed box this time, but I want to know if I can. Surely nothing bad can come of that. So that's a
Certainly
13.
not while I'm at the helm. You said you rolled that with advantage, right?
I did.
He seems kind of reluctant at first because he doesn't know you, and he's still very kind of like upset about what's happening to him. But once he kind of catches a smell of it, he starts kind of turning his head, trying to get a hold of it, and you see him kind of shuffling his way along the fence, but it should be easy enough to kind of push his face back through with him turning as he is.
All right. I wait until there seems to be a good moment, and then I am going to go all in and shove.
He almost bites you in the process, but you manage to get his head back through the fence, and he kind of stumbles back. And that's when it almost is like a flash, because again, you had to hit those scratches that are all over his face. He seems pissed. And at first, he seems like he wants to charge at you through the fence again. But with all the sound and stuff going around, you realize something. He kind of stops for a second. He looks at the sheep pen next to him, and he immediately like cowers away to the farthest side of the fence, like away from that as much as he can.
I know you're going to immediately shift over, but can I do something now, and then you can get back to me on what the result is when you come back around?
Sure.
Because I want to use Divine Sense immediately.
Okay. And we will get back to that after Fyodor.
Hello. Eat these eye.
You gotta go feed the big livestock.
Okay, I wasn't sure if for a second if she was saying take the fistful of hay to the big cow or go get one of the big cow. Like I was gonna do something
No,
unrelated
she was
to the
telling you to
armful
go
of
take
hay.
the hay to like the light, because the dairy cows are inside. She wants you to go to take it to the meat cows.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah.
easy enough. I got big old arms. I literally have arms so long that it's a feature mechanically. So
Yeah.
I just
Yes.
drink.
So you get as much of that essentially with your arms and your strength, and you can almost get a whole bushel of this hay, and you take it out and heave it up over the fence. The cows they're kind of nearby, but they're not quite close enough to get the catch of it at first. And so you kind of shuffle it out, and you're kind of hollering for them. A couple of them start coming over, and you notice two of the horses are some of the first ones to arrive, and the like big, large, like one of them looks like a Clydesdale. You are almost eye level with these, but they still kind of a little bit is just like.
Wait, how tall is this horse?
I don't know if you've seen horses, like Shires and Clydesdales and things are huge.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
like tanks.
Okay.
Like I think again, like one of the smaller Shires that I know, I had Mouse was like 6 feet at the shoulders. So that's not including the additional head height.
Yeah. Okay.
I was like, they get big.
Okay, so eye level checks out then.
Yeah. So you do. I was like, one of them looks to be older, like the snout kind of graying a little bit. He's got a couple marks from like where the like the not the halter, what is it called? The harness kind of dug in over years of like pulling the plow and things like that. One of them, the other one seems a lot younger, a bit more spry. Like he's probably in training of how to do that type of thing. But They seem to have no problems with you or anything. Like they're just like, yes, you finally brought my food. Thank you. The cows start coming over
yes,
there.
the help is here.
I was like, the cows start coming over, but some of the older ones that you probably, based on like their age and their size of it, they're probably close to like slaughtering age. But the older ones like that, they seem weary to come closer to the fence, like closer to like the big where everybody seems to be gathering.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are giving you and the fence a wide berth.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm just gonna throw it then, so that it's not with me anymore. I'm just gonna,
Toss the food to these racist cows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your passive perception is too low.
Yep.
Yeah. But
I mean, one of my eyes is broken.
I know. I have everybody's passive perceptions and some other stuff listed over here, so don't worry about it.
I'm not. I'll survive. Yeah, I'm literally, if I have to, I'll literally just like throw it over one of the animals that is coming up to me.
So you kind of get it past the cows that have started to gather and the horses, kind of out to the other ones. They kind of look at it. They're not watching you, but they will not go near the fence.
What are they watching? Direction-wise? Yeah, no, I mean like directionally. Like I may not know what they're looking at.
They're still looking in that general direction of like where like again the farmyard is, where they see the other animals and the barn and stuff like that, but they won't go near that side of the fence. Dukagon, you gotta fix a break in the sheep fence.
You know, I've still got that fuzz on the back of my neck.
Yeah, there's still that kind of like something is tugging at the back of your neck. Like there's something weird.
Yeah, I'm looking around the whole time I'm walking towards this hole in the fence.
I wish real chores took 10 seconds.
You get over to like again where the sheep pen is, and again like a flock of sheep, they kind of keep that usual cluster, and but they're kind of in the way of the gate because they have that like, are you bringing food? What are you bringing? I see person. Haha, hello. Yes, food. That is the one thing you do for me. But I was like, as you're trying to get in, again, try to get past them without letting these sheep out, you do hear the dog kind of behind you, kind of barking at him, trying to get him to move out of the way. Because you see on the far side, there is that kind of break in the fence in the back, and it's part of the fence that is away from the property and towards the trees back there.
Oh, good. Lovely. I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to make the gate open, like bang open, kind of get the sheep out of the way.
Okay. Yeah, it's like at first it almost feels like the spell doesn't quite work at first because it's pushing against them, and it's once the sheep kind of realize, I need to go, they get out of the way, and you hear that loud like clang batter as like the wood collides as it swings open. And with the dog in there, he's kind of keeping them away, trying to keep them away from you.
I use Mage Hand to scratch the dog behind the ears, and then I kind of saunter slowly over to the hole in the fence.
It looks like something broke out rather than broke in, like the wood's kind of pushed out where it is broken. It seems like it should be like an easy enough to fix, even if you just had like a scrap piece and a nail or two, you could probably get it back up to where it needed to be. But it kind of raises that question of like, if something broke out, do we still have all of the sheep?
Do I know how many sheep there are? Or there are supposed to be?
You do not know the exact number, and it looks like if anything did get out, it wasn't a significant chunk of them.
Okay.
But there is a little bit of like wool scratch to the side of the fence of like where it kind of pushed its way through.
Lovely.
So as far as you're aware, at least one got out.
At least. Wonderful. I'm I'm gonna use Mage Hand to kind of push. The Mage Hand is gonna be on the other side of the fence and kind of push the like knocked out wood back into place and kind of hold it steady, while I sort of like fasten like a piece of scrap over with my thieves' tools.
I'm not gonna make you roll for it. It's easy. I was like, it's a pretty easy break on that one. But yeah.
I'd break a sweat.
As you kind of turn back around from like getting the fence, at least as like fixed for now, at least. Again, the dog has got the sheep kind of cornered away from you and the gate and things like that. And they're kind of like they're all kind of shuffling around each other. They're anxious. They're herd animals and things like that. But every now and again, you feel like a couple of them just kind of take a moment to stop and stare at you. Sometimes they stare at you, sometimes they stare at one or the other, but they're always staring at someone specifically. They're not just kind of like, oh, what's that? Oh, a bird. They're just like, no, I see you.
Oh God, it's the chat.
Yeah. But with the dog there,
when we find out that Core is exactly 4 sheep in a trench coat.
I'm sorry, I missed. What are they? They're just staring.
They are almost making a point of watching you guys.
It's creepy.
Jesus. Damn, yeah, I don't have to talk with animals yet. Fuck. This is definitely why Dukagon got that fucking spell, because he does not want this to happen again. He's just gonna like look at the sheep and just start talking to them. That's just his first instinct. Can I help you all? Is there something you need?
Roll me a perception check, please.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, for 19.
19. As you kind of approach the sheep and things like that, and again, the dog, he stops barking, but he's still keeping, like, making sure they don't leave where they are, as a good sheepdog do, as a good farm dog. And the sheep, they're still kind of in a ruckus with everything going on, but they kind of, some of, again, when they start hearing your voice, they kind of stop for a second and they kind of look at you. Some of them, like, bleat at you as a reaction. One of them's eyes looks funny. Like, it almost looks like, I guess, like a disease or something in its eyes. And you can't tell if it's like, if it's looking at you or just kind of looking in your general direction in how its face is. But there are a couple of the sheep that are very much just like, you've said words, food.
Are George or Ethel anywhere nearby?
You can still see Ethel. She's in the barn with the dairy cows. She's given up the hen. She's started milking them. And you see George, he is heading out, actually going back out towards the meat cows. The cattle.
Which one is closer?
George would be closer.
George, I have a question. Are you aware your sheep is injured?
An injured sheep? Like, injured how?
Something is wrong with its eyes. I would wager a disease, but I am not an expert. Yet.
I guess I'll have to look at it, but if it's just his face, a blind sheep still makes good wool.
Certainly, I am just concerned if it is contagious.
Alright.
Is it a syphilitic sheep, perhaps?
He kind of makes like a slow turn from where he was headed and starts coming back over towards you. The dog abandons his post. He's just like, ah, no, my person. Haha, hello. Yes, you've come to praise me. And he is just happy. He's like, my person. Like, bounds around and kind of follows him back as he waddles into the sheep pen with you.
I found the
and the
DM
sheep have kind
character.
of. Thank you. How dare you, first of all. But like again, he kind of comes in. The sheep have started to disperse now because they no longer have that dog kind of keeping them corralled. And you almost start to lose the one that has spunky eyes because again, it's hard to tell them apart. A lot of times they have different. Some of them have like white splashes and stuff on their face, and some of them don't. Like it's just kind of a mixed bag. But you almost lose the one with the weird eyes. I did not hear that.
I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to make sure the gate closes before any of them get out.
Yeah, I was like, he closes it behind them. They're not gonna.
Oh, okay.
They're not gonna escape. They're just no longer like stay over here. They're kind of like, I can be anywhere now. You can't stop me. But
Now,
like, you almost lose the one with the weird eyes.
Are we all relatively close to the sheep pen enough to like hear him calling over George? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I got this. I know what I'm doing.
I believe in you. I was
Maybe.
just curious.
I don't.
Well, I'll believe enough for both of us then.
Thanks. I just have my drawing tablet on Raccoon, and he is gone.
Good.
He's a heat sink for it.
The ideology.
First of all.
Thanks, Core.
Anyway, he starts coming over as again you're trying to like get a hold of like, hey, this is the one that's got the funky face. I was like, Zarkra, you've heard this commotion because you're in the pen next to it with the goats, and again, you've seen the ram that apparently has enough issue with hitting people that it has to have covers on its horns, but it won't go near that pen either. And you've all kind of, again, with Dukagon, like, hey, there's a sick thing over here. Have kind of, after your chores, kind of all started to group back over there, trying to figure out what's going on.
Let's go look at it.
He sees the one that you're pointing at, and he kind of is able to just grab a hold of the wool on its shoulder and get it to stop. It does not care. It's like, oh, cool, we're not moving anymore. That's fine. As he kind of turns it and like again is able to like grab him by the chin and kind of move his head around. That sheep does not care. It's used to getting flipped over and turned around when it's getting sheared and shaved. It does not care. And he's like, yeah, there's some white stuff in its eye. That's one of my. I think it's one of the sheep I've had a while. The faces all kind of blur sometimes. My eyes not quite what they used to be, but apparently neither are his. So I don't know. It should be fun. I'll keep an eye on it. Did you get that?
Last words.
Fence fixed?
The hole is fixed. Yes.
Any sheep get out? You could see.
At least one. There was some wool along the break.
See if I can get a head count. See how many we're missing. I ain't gonna go out and get them. I will say one thing, and it is, I will never stray from it. My dad used to always say, if something gets out, it never comes back alive, and if it does, it didn't.
Your father was a wise man.
He was something, but he's dead now. So he ain't saying much of anything.
Maybe that is the wisest thing to do of all.
Well,
fucking
you let me know how that goes. I don't plan on going there anytime soon. All right, well.
Also famous last words.
Speaking of which, Bane, anything ping back on that divine sense? It would only tell me if there is a fiend, celestial, or undead within 60 feet. So
you ain't got nothing.
I think we've established that I have one thing that I am still saving up to talk to Fyodor for, but
it actually doesn't go off because it's in that stack of gear that they left in the barn.
Oh, that's true. It's not with them. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Then that does remain canon that I don't see that until later. Cool. I was worried about messing that up.
I got you. I'm just glad that worked out.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, nothing feels like spiritually off, but Zarkra's still watching closely. But yeah, if it's just a disease or something, She doesn't have
Well,
much
like,
reason to be suspicious.
Again, he still has a hold on the sheep's shoulder, but he kind of lets go of the face, and the sheep immediately its head kind of swings up and around, and it is eye contact with you now, Dukagon.
Ugh. Ugh. Does it always watch like this?
They're sheep, they all do that.
Ugh.
It looks kind of funny.
You close the curtains in the house and don't think about it.
It's just
That's
that,
all you
like,
gotta do.
something feels tingly. No, I don't know. I
That is
just
the hangover.
maybe that's it. I don't know. I've never had one before.
What a boring monastery.
I didn't need to drink then. Everyone was alive.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
She just
Why would you say this?
she says that way too cheerfully.
You said that way too cheerfully. I like you.
I'm in a deep stare into this goat's eyes.
I say,
Sheep's
yeah.
eyes.
Fyodor has no idea anything's wrong other than Ducha yelled, so he's done with his shit. He's gonna come over this way. He's like, what the fuck's up?
Just was getting
Well-
eggs and it felt like something was really wrong over here.
Something in that pen spooked that ram over there too. And he was spoiling for a fight at the time. It doesn't sit right with me.
He's always looking for a fight, but
Oh, is
he
he?
might have saw whatever.
Have you ever
Please
seen
don't
him
kill
cowed
my
like
goat.
this?
He makes the more goats.
I was not intending on it. Although the scratches around his face, they're minor, but you may want to see to them. Just on the off chance that they do get infected, it could be unpleasant.
Yeah, I'll get him.
Infection
I'll
builds
stuff.
character. Let him live.
He always keeps getting his head stuck in the fence, and something tries to kill him, and then something kind of ends up running away, and then I gotta pick up his scraps. It's kind of like that turkey. He just so much anger.
Can Lilia take a closer look at the sheep?
Sure.
See if she sees anything
Roll me investigation.
off about it. Oh, got a 19
Can I
plus
assist?
5.
Oh, never mind.
24.
24.
Uh-huh.
You notice, like, this is the sheep that he's got a hold of. Again, its face, it's one of the ones that has a white mark. And you see it's got a white, like, blaze almost, kind of, that you would see on a horse down its forehead. And it looks like there's almost there's a thin, almost like thread-like black line straight through it. But other than that, it seems to just be a sheep.
I'm gonna
And you say
run
that in
my
your head.
finger over that.
You say that in your head, and as soon as you're like, it seems to be a sheep, your brain is like, no.
It's a not sheep.
It is. Oh no.
I'm going to run my finger, like, with my claw over, not like to hurt the sheep, but to see if it's like an indention or a wound or like, what is it? She's gonna like feel that line.
It just
Oh, no.
feels like fur,
Oh no.
which is weird.
Oh no.
Oh, I don't
Are
like
you
how
gonna
much you're saying, oh no.
I'm not saying it in character. Just
Oh, okay.
I'm having a realization. I think
George
We'll
kind of
see.
is just kind of looking at you, and he's like, you're getting a little too intimate with my sheep there, cat. I don't like it.
don't. This is gonna sound really silly. I'm never drinking again. It's not a sheep? It doesn't feel like a sheep.
What?
Doesn't seem like
Is
a
it?
sheep.
I was like, it feels like a sheep.
Oh, I thought you were saying like it's I could
Yeah,
tell that
it looks
that's
like a
not
black
quite a
thin,
sheep.
like I was like, it feels like fur, and you feel that you see that black line. You're like, it seems like by all accounts it should be a sheep, but there's that something
Oh,
in the
I
back
see
of
what
your
you're
head is
saying.
screaming, no, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Are you saying that it doesn't have that je ne sais pas?
Oh
So
my
Zarkra has lost
God.
the fight to the
Have to
goat.
leave. Great, everybody.
Ah.
Fyodor instinctively just rips Zarkra in half, actually. I don't know where that came from.
More in half.
Okay,
Like
so
asymmetrical halves.
she's not gonna say it's not a
Yes.
sheep. Then she's gonna be like, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with that sheep.
Fedya,
What?
over here now.
Okay. I'm literally right here. I came over when you yelled.
Oh, my bad.
I'm just picturing you yelling in his face. It turns out just
And I
Oh,
just
my
imagine he was so focused on the sheep he didn't register that Fyodor was just standing like 4 feet behind him.
Because I thought Fyodor was the one who didn't get the ding. And so
Yeah, no,
thought
I
Fyodor
didn't get a ding. I just heard you yell your sheep might be sick, and my job was done in like 2 minutes. So like I started making my
Yeah.
way towards you when you started yelling.
Right on.
Yeah, so I'm just like, what?
Then I grab the weapon.
Oh, okay. Barbarian speed away. Come back.
are you threatening my sheep? What
He's not a threat, he's investigation.
of my sheep? Can
There's
you
something wrong with
investigate it
that
while
sheep.
you shear them? Cause that's on my list today, and I don't mind the help. You still get a knife.
I just had a horrible mental, like the idea of Fyodor trying to shear a sheep, and it's just that fucking Resident Evil pyramid head just grab and just rips its like skin off.
Oh, it's the rabbits from Red Dead all over again.
That's a much less horrible visual than fucking Silent Hill's pyramid head. Yeah.
Mm. Poor little bunnies.
Dukugan is just gonna start poking the sheep, just like poking it.
He lets go of the sheep,
As a
and
man
then
of
he's like, I don't
science.
want to hold this thing hostage to your interrogations anymore.
Now that I'm closer, can I try again to see if it registers as unnatural? Now that I'm actually looking specifically at the sheep instead of just kind of vaguely checking the area.
And what does that go off again?
Technically, I think it's survival to see if it is in defiance of nature. Like if it's unnatural, whether it's kind of like divine sense, but less planar based. So it also includes like
Roll in dice.
let me just make sure actually. I don't want to get a thing I shouldn't have.
I think it's Phase, Fiends, and Undeads.
Oh, it is also Fey, Fiend, and Undead? Never mind. It's Fey,
Well,
Fiend, and Undead.
mine doesn't cover Fey.
Is this a Fey sheep?
Fucking.
I rolled 2 18s, so that's either. So if it's survival, that makes it a 21 to see if it's a Fey sheep.
It is not a fake sheep.
If it's a Fey, Fiend, or Undead sheep.
It is not, no.
So
As far as like any kind of senses go, from any of you kind of just like, it seems like it's something that it's not from another place. Like it's not. It just
It is not foreign, just different.
yeah. It doesn't seem unnatural. Like it still seems like some kind of animal or creature at the very least, or
It's
something.
just like the uncanny valley of sheep.
Raccoon, why?
Oh.
I pet him and just fuzz.
Yeah, he does that. He gets it from me, probably. Well, this is the true D&D experience, is 4 assholes standing around a sheep poking it with a stick.
I figure out how do I activate the plot on this sheep?
And I keep
admit,
doing. I'm getting there.
I'll
Oh,
admit,
yeah.
I do have a bad
Because you
feeling
poked
about
the
this.
sheep.
Oh no, it's a bomb.
No, but again, he kind of lets go of it as you're like lean down, just, like you start poking at it and just trying to figure out something about it. And it backs up, and again, it almost seems to disappear into the crowd of sheep, but it does bleed at you. But this does not sound like it. It almost sounds just like a normal sheep, but there's a weird clicking sound in the back of the ba.
What
Like
the
a
fuck?
almost like a bird, almost like a bug chirp, like in the back of it.
That. There's something.
Are you
But as
aware your
soon as
sheep is
the-
a cicada?
When the sound stops, you can't seem to find that same sheep anymore. Like it's just disappeared into the crowd.
What the ever-loving fuck?
That could be contagious. You might want to take care of that.
I'm not crazy, right? That sheep is just gone. Like it just sort of
Does
stopped.
anyone have eyes on it?
I'll look for the sheep again.
Yeah, I'm gonna
help
start
you look.
running around the
Like,
pen
did it stop
looking.
existing, or did it stop being distinguishable?
You cannot seem to tell apart one sheep from the other. They all just kind of blur together.
It stopped having defining features. Shit.
Okay.
Well,
That's not normal. Let's we gotta
we
find
could
this sheep.
leave. We could just not be standing here right now. Yeah,
They're
that is
all
option.
stuck in the pen, right? We could just leave well enough alone here. Maybe you could call in some sort of expert, George, and have it seen to. I don't know if there's any.
Someone with animal handling proficiency, perhaps.
You're probably
None of
the
us.
livestock expert in this area, though, aren't you?
Well, by my professional opinion, then being the expert here, I'm gonna go get my crossbow and I'm gonna shoot it, and we're gonna have sheep for dinner.
Oh well, if killing
Just
wait
leaves the
has
pen.
killing it been an option this whole time?
I gotta kill it where it's still usable.
You think I
still-
cannot do that?
I don't know what you do. You're just real big.
I could just 360 its head.
Please don't.
It's actually quite impressive. You could do it one-handed if you get enough of it.
He is just like, he's kind of shaking his head like, I'm just gonna go get my crossbow. And he heads back off into the house.
I'll keep looking for the
And-
sheep.
Yes, I suppose we should find it again.
Oh,
Ducha, do we
Well,
care about this sheep?
We
They've
do.
been awfully
Okay.
nice. We need to help
No,
them.
I care about the sheep owner. I care about the person. He has been very hospitable, if not very argumentative with his wife. But I meant the specific sheep, if it was of academic curiosity.
Oh.
It is
Okay.
incredible
Oh.
curiosity.
I have an idea.
Yes.
Ducha said it looked like it had some sort of disease in its eyes.
Yeah.
So that's still the best idea Zarkra's heard all day for what this might be. So she's actually going to go to one of her other pouches and she's going to pull out a yew leaf. And holding that, she's going to cast Detect Poison and Disease. So she's just going to kind of like crunch it up into sort of like a salve and inhale that, and her senses sharpen a bit. And she gains the ability to sniff out the presence of any poisons or diseases within 60 feet of her.
you do that, and again, you kind of take that moment, like, to get everything situated. And as you stop, and you kind of, very thoroughly start scanning all of these sheep, trying your hardest to pinpoint the one or just find any difference. You can't seem to find any disease, but as you're kind of scanning, and you almost miss it in your search through it, you see one of the fucked up eyes looking at you before it's disappeared again in between like the sheep moving around and the wool.
There, I saw it for a moment.
Anybody else disturbed how smart this sheep seems to be?
I'll be right back. I needed a thing and I've lost my phone.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was like,
Right.
I have stuff and it's on my phone. Give me like 2 seconds.
You mean to
'cause
call
I think
it?
I know where I left it.
Okay.
No, I think I know where it is. It's not within my reach.
Oh, okay.
Give me just a second.
You are good.
You gotta go, raccoon. Oh, jeez. That does not mean
Make a
roll
nice red
completely
cat.
off. Yeah.
Are we about to? We have to. Oh shit! It's like, what's that? I have a theory. I can't for the life of me remember what that one boss fight is like. But it's when you're fighting. There's like 10 of a thing, but there's only one of them that you're actually like hitting.
Like a hive mind?
Kind of, yeah. Like what's that thing in Mass Effect where like the leader one just kind of switches which one it's controlling, like the assuming direct control.
Yeah, sort of like that.
It's creepy. It's really creepy.
Alright.
Sheep are like the dumbest animals on this planet, and this one is definitely evading us and hiding. That is not
Well, that's my theory. Is that it's not
sheep
a specific sheep.
behavior.
I think it's something like piloting the sheep.
I don't like
Ooh.
And it's switching
Leaping
between
from
them.
And
sheep
it's
to
switching
sheep,
which sheep it's watching us from. Is my theory.
hoping
The
that
next
each.
sheep will be the
Because
sheep
that's why
home.
you said
Yes!
you saw the diseased eye and then it like disappeared.
Thank you for getting there, Xander.
Welcome back. Did you get your phone?
Hi. I did. So you guys, again, Zarker, you've just seen, again, you managed to catch a glimpse of the eye before, again, it disappeared into, like, again, like it's just a blur of, like, sheep and wool, and, like, it's just black and white constantly shifting. You guys gonna try and grab it?
Yeah,
guys
I'm
gonna
still
leave?
actively
Do
trying to
you
grab it
point
for
out
him.
which one it is? Like, can you
Yes.
once you get the glimpse of it, can you follow and keep track of it?
I'm trying to, yes. Do I have to roll for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Roll, yeah. Roll me a survival to keep track of it.
Okay.
Tracking.
Can we assist?
Can we assist?
Good question.
Yes.
So we're all
One
looking.
person can assist.
Advantage!
Advantage.
Okay, good.
I
That makes it
assist, you cast
11 and
guidance.
not a 7.
You rolled 11.
It's only an 11, yes.
You've lost it.
Gone again. I'm
Fuck.
going to get up higher.
I'm like gonna go like in the herd. I'm gonna go in the herd looking for this sheep. It's a terrible idea.
Jesus.
But I know that's what she would do.
As you kind of
How many of them are
wander-
there?
Wade into the wool.
hmm
Do we have like a rough like? Does it seem like there's like it's like 7
There's,
or is it
like-
like 20 something or like 5 million of them?
There's anywhere between 30 and 40 sheep here.
Okay.
Like there's
Incredible.
sheep. It's a flock of sheep.
Nice.
It's a number. That's
Now
not
there's a
small.
cat in the middle.
Mhm. And you do feel, again, like some of the sheep kind of give you way. Some of them don't care that you're there, and you can you feel them kind of brush up against you. They don't seem to be moving with any kind of speed. It's just that they're constantly moving and shifting, and so they're just kind of shuffling around, like kind of. It's hard to keep when you're like looking down on them. It's easier to keep track of, but especially Zarker from your point of view, I'm like, you're eye level. One walks in front of the other, and the other one's gone.
She's like walking through there. Here, sheepy, sheepy, sheepy.
And you feel, oh yeah, something. You feel one kind of headbutt you in the back of the leg, and then it kind of turns around and like disappears into the circle.
I want to try to follow it.
Darker, you said you were gonna try and pinpoint it from like
Try
up
to
on the
grab it.
fence to kind of see
I was,
better.
yes, climb up on the fence and try and get a better view. That's exactly right.
And Lilia, I will let you roll with advantage, and you can either roll strength or dexterity.
Oh, dexterity, definitely. All right, well, they were both 16s plus 4. No, yes. Yeah, plus 4. 20. Unnatural 20.
All right. you've kind of felt that thing bump up against your leg, like it kind of nudged you with its face and kind of tries to kind of circle around in the sheep. And it takes you a second to kind of get past some of the. It's like you're trying to swim through sheep sometimes, but you manage to pinpoint which one it is, and you see that same familiar like blaze down its face. Which there are still others that have like spots on their face and white, and some of them are soft, but like you recognize that blaze that goes straight down its face. And are you gonna try and stop it, or are you just following it?
I'm gonna try to grab it.
All right.
If you set sheep up on their behinds, they're kind of just can't do anything.
I'm not gonna make you roll again because you got a 20, even if it's unnatural. But I am gonna make everybody roll initiative.
Oh my! Here we go.
Including myself.
Do you want us to just say it, or do you want us to type it?
One at a time, say it, because I've got my thing up for all y'all. I'm just gonna move them around. All right.
Okay. Maybe you say who you want so that we don't try to one at a time.
About to spit. Zarkra, what'd you get?
10.
Okay. Dukagon.
16.
Lilia.
I got a 23.
Christ.
Oh,
I have a +4 to initiative, and I rolled a.
And Fyodor.
Also a 16.
I will let you guys decide which one of you guys wants to go. You can either roll again, or you guys can just be like, which one of you guys wants to go first?
let me go first. Buff you.
Sweet.
Please. All right. That means so Duka's going before?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Before Fyodor.
Right. All right. I was like, Lilia's gonna go first, however, I'm going to set this. Again, you guys have watched her kind of wade into the sheep and things like that, and yells that she's found it, and you watch her shuffle after, and you kind of reach out and you try to do the same thing the farmer had, what George had done, and you grab it kind of by the wool on the back of its shoulders. And you see this thing's face, like its face kind of twists around to look at you, and its face is kind of splitting open in four, and it is unfurling itself. And I have a thing for you.
Now you know why Io knowed.
Not a sheep! Not a sheep!
It's
I heard about that perfect line down the middle of its forehead, and I was just like, Yes, Bane does craft horrifying things.
I do. Again, its face, it still has that same like white marking down its face, but again, it splits open in fours in this like monstrous gape of teeth. And as it kind of unshuffles, again, you notice that its body seems to get leaner as its legs kind of fold out, and it's got these three long, gangly limbs, which looks like, and at the end, not hooves, but it almost looks like long hands, but it only has 3 fingers, and that is both on the front and hind legs.
Oh my goodness.
It's a predator xenomorph sheep.
I don't like that.
I hope that's
not
sent.
sheep.png.
It's literally a not sheep.
It's still loading for me, but
Yeah,
I'm
same.
eagerly awaiting it.
Still loading
It's
for me.
still doing that on mine.
Well, it stopped loading and shows me a poop emoji.
Oh, same.
Well,
Oh, I can hit open. If I hit open, it just don't let me. Oh, I hate that. That's viscerally upsetting to look at.
I can't see it.
oh, here it goes.
I had to
Now
click
it's
on it
loading.
and hit open original.
Please. Please.
Ugh.
Downloaded.
Ew. Oh my god.
It's loading.
Let's see.
I'm
I did the
I-
open original thing.
I say yeah. I just
Oh,
click
that's
on where the
so
well, it's gone again.
terrifying.
I'm trying to get it. I think I'm not letting it fully load in before I try to send it. I know you're not too big.
That is scary.
But also, yeah, if
I
it's
go-
not showing up in the chat, just click on it and click open original at the bottom. If it'll
Well,
let you
then
do
I-
that on mobile.
That's
I
what
don't
it.
have open original.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why
Okay,
it's
I'm
not.
Probably you might have to save it as like a JPEG and then send it. Sometimes it's stupid like that.
Or hang on.
That is delightfully
I wonder if
disturbing.
it's gonna let me send my screenshot of it.
Uh-oh.
No.
Nope.
Damn it! I was trying to screen share my screen of just my drawing tablet.
Oh, yeah,
with
that's
it
working.
on. Oh, it is.
Yep. And now
Cool.
the stream can see.
That
Oh,
thing.
Very nice.
That thing. That's
That
what it
is
was.
Oh.
That's what it is now. It
Oh,
seems to
absolutely
be
horrifying.
wearing the wool over top of its form.
I hate that.
That is a oh no in sheep's clothing.
it is crawling like a person.
Crawling it. No, I'm gonna stop now.
My
You don't
wool.
want it in your skin.
Crawling
Ah, that's
What in oblivion is that?
that's a problem right there.
Yeah, it's your problem.
Ugh.
Glad I grabbed the weapons, huh?
Yeah.
Lilia, it
Good
is
call, Dula.
it is your
As always.
turn. You have tried to grab this thing and it has just unfolded itself in front of you. And it is still body-wise would still be sheep mass, but it is now eye level with you. No longer the height of a sheep.
Ew. Okay.
The sound of it as it kind of unfurls. You guys know what bendy straws sound like?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's that, but it's wet and gross.
I
It
don't
just
like
kind of
that.
like crack, crack, like uncurled itself.
Like an accordion of beef stew. It's just
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah.
Yeah, that would it be.
like moist popcorn.
I am. That thing freaked her out for sure. I think she's going to try to break its legs.
Bop it. Twist
That's-
it.
That's my fear response. Oh, you scared me. I almost snapped your knees.
That is awful. Yeah, that's what she's gonna do. She's gonna like, let's see. So I can attack, and I can do the. I could go ahead and just do flurry of blows, right? Like just spend a key point and get scared kick the shit out of it. Try to anyway.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
if you
2 unarmed attacks.
so if you attack, that's a full attack, and then after that you take the flurry of blows, which is 2 more unarmed attacks.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So
And
those are 2
then-
separate things, and you do both of them.
And then I can like Petals of Fury go back to where everybody else is instead of
Yes.
being right next to it. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm going to. I have to make
So that is
3
for
attack
total.
rolls,
So that is
right?
3 attacks and 2 key points
Okay.
if you teleport.
Oh, okay. It takes a key point to teleport to.
Yep. It
Okay.
should say it on there.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah. Okay.
I made her a flow chart.
It's awesome.
I saw it. It's neat.
Okay, so my first attack, I rolled a 1. So.
You break your own leg. The tables have turned.
Right. A 1 plus. However
It doesn't.
many that is.
In
Yeah.
D&D, if
so-
you roll a 1, it doesn't matter what your modifier is.
Yeah.
It immediately fails.
Right.
Mm.
So the
For an
first
attack, anyway.
one misses. The second one is I rolled a 14 plus 6. So
Okay.
and then the second one I rolled the third one I rolled a 17 plus 6.
The
So-
last 2 hit. Roll me some damage.
All right.
Did you want to
This
stop
is
streaming your
camouflage.
drawing tablet? Or are you
No.
leaving it up?
I have a reason.
Oh god, she's gonna put something else on it.
That
Terrified.
isn't even a sponge farm.
It's not.
Okay, so wait, my unarmed strike is a D4.
Yeah, there's an invisible layer.
I was like, it does not have wool. It is wearing wool.
Sick.
Gross.
Okay, so it's a 3 and a 2.
PETA has some words for that. It's don't talk about how many animals deaths you're responsible for.
Sorry, I'm having to
Excuse me.
count. You know how I struggle.
Yeah.
One sec, I'm choking to death.
Please don't do that.
Oh no, PETA's gonna kill Dalton.
Peter got Dalton.
No.
Okay, so that's
In the
13 damage.
arms of-
13 total.
Uh-huh. And then how
What
far
kind of
away
damage
am
is it?
I from everybody? It's... Can't read my own handwriting. Does it say bloody? That can't be right.
Probably
bludgeoning.
Bludgeoning. Bludgeoning. That's what
It
it
said
is.
14 total.
13 total.
13.
13 bloody damage.
I was like, bloody? That can't be right. It's bludgeoning.
It's not 4E.
So
And then how far
again,
away
you
am
guys,
I from everybody?
they're on the outskirts of like the circling flock. You are in the middle of it. So probably about 20 feet from them.
Okay. Instead of using the pedals, I'm just going to, because I can move, right? I can just move.
You can also just move, yeah.
Yeah,
But
I'm
look
just
at an attack
gonna-
of opportunity if you do.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's the appeal of the teleport.
Well, if it tries to hit me, I get to do the thorny defense. So it's
Calculated risk.
no, she's gonna turn into rose petals and appear next to or on the outside
Run higher
of
rate on
everything.
this.
Yeah. She's
10
like,
feet
okay,
away.
I don't want to be this close to this thing anymore. Where did my pencil go? But yeah, that's what she does.
Dulka, did she just turn into flowers?
Yeah. You.
Yes,
No.
I don't have a note. That was
He's just
I was
like,
You had just witnessed again this monstrosity of a thing unfurl itself from what was originally thought to be a sheep. As it again, you've watched this cat just like shit and punch it more than once. It kind of misses the first time, not quite sure what it was, and it lands. She lands the last two no problem. It hits it square in what looks like the side of it, but it's hard to tell through the thick wool. And that thick wool seems to have cushioned the blow, and it does not seem very phased by what you've just done as you have fled.
glad I moved away then.
That also makes it its turn.
Oh.
oh Jesus, Lord in
It's-
heaven.
It's faster than us.
It was faster, yes.
Well, nice knowing you.
Well, you guys again have watched this again.
Plot armor.
It is now standing there kind of over the rest of the sheet, and it kind of realizes how many, and is just like, no thank you. And you see its head kind of duck back down, and all those gangly limbs just kind of seem to disappear again. And it's gone in the sheep again.
Mother.
It has
damn it.
Somebody else
disappeared.
can find it this time.
I love how you can see the detail in at least the forelegs where the arms literally like fold in half to make the hooves at the elbow. That's inspired.
Thank you.
I don't like
I hadn't even noticed that, and I feel deep
it.
despair.
Hey, so Dukagon, what you want to do about it?
Oh,
Get a sheep again.
You didn't have to learn guiding bolt, did you?
Let's just kill all the sheep.
I mean, no, I didn't. Oh, jeez. Oh, Lord.
He can't
I mean,
help you
Duke is gonna
now.
be like, I fucking knew it. Does it cost me an action to look for the sheep?
I will say
Off?
it'll cost. I will say a bonus action if you want to spend it searching.
Yes, I will use the bonus action to look for sheep. Is that perception or
Roll.
investigation?
That is investigation or
Thank
survival.
God.
Yes. Thank Jesus. That is a
Thank
28.
fuck.
Yeah,
Say-
you again. You have you're like no, bitch, no. I know where you are now. I have seen the monstrosity within that, and you kind of see it. It seemed like it was trying to shuffle away back towards the fence, but you can see it. You know exactly which one it is right now.
I cast Mage Hand and have the Mage Hand grab it by the wool and stick up so that we can see this spectral indigo hand glowing out and keep track of this fucking sheep.
Brilliant. Inspired.
Nice.
Nice. Is that your turn?
That's my action, and then I kind of get a little bit more behind Fyodor.
Well, if that is your turn, then it is Fyodor.
Hello.
See how your sheep wrangling skills are.
So I'm going to move to it. I assume
Okay.
it's not more than 30 feet away from me.
No.
And then I am going to. Do we happen to know what kind of check it's using to hide from us?
You can kind of guess based on
Like how stealth works? There's probably a
yeah,
dex thing.
it's essentially it is just it's almost like it's not specifically trying to hide. It is trying to lie to you that it is a sheep.
The fuck?
Charisma.
All right.
I think that's an intimation that it's a charisma roll.
Well, just to be safe, I think the better option is it doesn't matter if it tries to hide if I hold it 7 feet in the air. So I'm going to use my bonus action to rage. I'm just kind of stop fucking running. And then I will use my action to grapple it.
All right.
So that is, it has to make a strength or a dexterity check. It's athletics or acrobatics to resist a grapple, I believe, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So it's athletics or acrobatics against my athletics with advantage because I'm pissed.
All right. Does a 19 beat it?
See, let me check really quick. So I rolled a 17 plus 5 plus 2, so 24.
Okay. How do you grab it?
I'm going to. I'm glad you asked. I'm going to one hand grab the head of the wool and the other one grab the exposed leg. Like you would grab a real sheep. I grab it by the leg and try to stop fucking running, but I will also grab the wool because I'm going to try and rip the wool off.
Okay.
But that might be a next turn thing.
So is that your turn then?
That is, I guess so. I'm sorry, that was meant to be a question. Would it take, or do I have to wait for my next turn to try and pull the wool off with my other hand?
You cannot pull it off right now because you've already done your check.
Okay,
So.
that's what I was just checking. Okay, yeah, so I have one hand on the leg and one hand on the wool. And I'm just... And I'm screaming.
It still looks like a sheep right now as you've got a hold of it. You look like you're just strong-arming a sheep.
Yep, I'll do it.
Zarkra.
Okay. I am going to. Oh, decisions. I think I'll use a bonus action to use my Draconic Roar ability.
Okay.
And I'm going to basically just let loose a feral growl at that sheep and hopefully exhort my allies to more tactical combat. Basically, the sheep's going to grant advantage to me and my allies' attack rolls until the end of my next turn. So for a whole round until my turn ends next time, we'll all have advantage on attacks against it.
Nice.
And then I'm going to rush forward, and I feel like I probably left my sword behind at the barn because that's not something I take around on farm work. But I am going to uncoil the whip that I keep at my side at all times, and I'm going to lash at it from 10 feet away, which is probably me standing on the ground directly below it, and lash as Fyodor lifts it high.
Yeah, I'm just up.
All right, so I will roll with advantage.
I would
And that
like to
is-
say, Zarkra,
Yes.
you have to move through the sheep.
Cheaper, difficult
okay.
terrain.
Yeah.
Difficult terrain? I have 30 feet of speed. Can I get within 10 feet of it? By spending effectively...
You were up on the fence, right?
Oh, yeah. Can I like leap across the backs of the moving sheep?
Oh my god.
I would say you can do an acrobatics with advantage to see if you don't get sucked into the sheep.
All right. I want me to hold on to the roll I just did for the attack and tell you what it was afterwards if I succeed? Okay. I'll remember that. And making the acrobatics check now.
I like that you get
that
advantage for
is-
sheep jumping.
I gave them advantage because they're on the fence, so they don't have to get on them.
That's a 14.
It's very uneasy ground, but you manage to stay
Yeah.
up on the sheep. And
Woo!
you're essentially, you get up to where they are, but the sheep have not stopped moving yet, so you're just kind of like, I'm surfing. You're just kind
Yeah, as
of
I'm...
skateboarding on the back of one of the sheep as it's just kind of going.
So would you call that like is it giving me like disadvantage or anything on the attack, or
No, I'm not gonna say you have disadvantage on it.
okay?
If anything, it's helping
Well,
you
in
get
that case,
closer.
the attack is a 24 as I
Nice.
whip it
With it
Whip
real
it
good.
directly in the center mass. Just
Roll that spicy damage. And what kind of damage is it?
slashing,
Okay.
and it is a D4 plus 7. So because I have the dueling fighting style, so that's a 1 plus 7 is 8 damage. I'm gonna smite it.
Yeah.
That's 2 more D8 of damage. So 8 plus a 3 and a 7, 10. 18 damage. 10 of it is radiant. The rest is slashing. And that's all my spell slots.
Okay.
I'm all out.
Hey, team 1 spell slot.
Oh, well, I have 2. I used the other one to detect poison and disease earlier, but functionally...
Fun fact about that. Doesn't that technically ping on Fyodor?
Oh,
Why?
that's a good question.
Because of his
whether,
bite.
Yeah, lycanthropy would count.
Like, it hasn't taken hold yet, but it's in there.
I was like, I feel like not until it's like active. I don't think it would set it off.
Okay.
Cool.
Just checking. I was curious.
Yeah. But yeah,
Fyodor
at the end of your
has
turn, Zarkra?
influenza, that's all.
That is the end of my turn. I'm just going to keep sheep surfing and see where the wind takes me.
So, Lilia, welcome to Trauma Day 2. It's your turn.
Something else to think about. It's fine.
And you have
Fired
advantage on your attacks
yesterday?
against it.
She is going to pull the ring blade off of her back.
It's been a few
And
days so far.
she's going to pull she's got it wrapped in like thick cloth so that it doesn't cut anybody or mess up her clothes or whatever. So and then I am going to try to just attack it with the ring blade.
You moved away from it.
10 feet, yep.
Yeah.
And then, so I'll have to...
Do you have to get closer again?
I think because it's a handheld weapon unless I decide to throw it, but I don't even have the stats for if I decide to throw it. I don't think unless it's the same. I don't
It would be Dex.
It would
So
be okay.
The
which I
sheep,
think is what
like
you're
you'll
saying
have to
usually.
move through the sheep,
Okay.
and they are in a frenzy right now. The other one just got yeeted off the ground, and it's just kind of, they're like, ah.
If it's only 10 feet of distance, though, even if it was difficult terrain, she'd be able to make it just moving, right?
Yeah, I'm just letting her know that, like, hey, if you're gonna move through sheep from this point forward, it is difficult terrain.
Okay.
For everybody.
Yeah, she's gonna get in there and try to hit it with her ring blade. It's a 15 plus 6, so 21.
At advantage.
Roll some damage.
It does have advantage?
It's an advantage, either because of Zarkra or because it's grappled.
Oh, okay. Well,
Do you have
yeah,
advantage? I don't think you don't get advantage against grapple. Do you only get advantage against restrained?
Like,
Restrained.
the person who is grappling them, I think, has advantage.
Nope.
Nope.
No?
Yeah,
Literally,
5e's weird like that.
It's the only thing grapple does is its movement speed is 0, and it cannot take, I think, something else. I'll look it up while you guys are doing your shit.
Yeah, it's mostly a way to keep someone in one spot.
So I can attack with. It says like attack, and then it says unarmed attack after that.
So you
I
can
do both.
use your ring blade attack, and then your bonus action will be an unarmed attack.
Okay, I'll do that, and she'll try to like if she'll hit it with the ring blade, and then she'll like try to roundhouse like kick it. Of a thing. Oh.
Like just picked up the sheep, and now the other two are just like punching
Pinata-ing
them.
it, yeah.
The thing needs to die.
Oh, George,
I think as we
livestock.
as Zarkra surfs by on a sheep and sees Lilia leaping up to slash this thing open, the thought briefly goes through her head of, "Oh gee, I hope Fyodor picked up the right one."
No.
Oh, that would be sad. Yeah.
If not, we're eating a lot of mutton tonight.
I rolled a 20 on that unarmed attack, so it's 26. Yeah, so let me roll the damage for that.
Yeah, grappling just reduces its speed to 0, and it cannot benefit from any bonuses to its speed.
Yeah, there are other things that make it advantageous to grapple things, but they come from other features.
Nice. Fun
like
fact,
there's a fighting style that does extra damage to grappled targets, or can do damage to grappled targets at the start of every turn or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so I did 17 damage.
What kind of damage?
So the unarmed strike was bludgeoning, and it's 4. That'd be 8 damage, and then I did 9 damage with the ring blade, which is slashing.
Well,
quick fun
it's spooky time.
Fun thing I learned: you can't take the dodge action if you're grappled because your speed is 0.
Yeah.
Oh, that is extremely useful. Yeah, so it may not give people advantage, but it stops them from giving people disadvantage.
Yeah. Spooky time.
It's spooky time
It's
because it's
time again.
Time for the nut sheep.
Uh-oh.
It's that same sound you heard before of, again, undoing the bendy straw. As you feel it in your, like, again, in your hand, it just almost doubles in size as it unfurls. It's not fun.
It
is now face to face with, you're not face to face with it, and it's just situation of its face. Well, like, funny enough, you do see, even though it is kind of uncurled, like it's no longer like hiding or trying to deceive what it is, it still has that same white mark down its face. However, it is where that thread-like seam was, it has split open.
Like the predator mouth.
Yeah.
Do we have art of it not wearing wool now?
No, it's still wearing wool.
Oh, it's still wearing the wool. Okay, sorry.
You've got a hold of it and the wool. Like, is what you said. Your hands are full right now.
Hot damn.
And I'm gonna stay there. I'm not gonna move away because everybody else is right there. So
Yeah. But you, I think, I'm just competing against you for ungrappling, I believe.
If to escape a grapple, I literally just had it up like a fucking genius. Crap.
Because I don't remember.
I literally a grappled creature can use its action to escape. It must make a strength or it must make an athletics or acrobatics check contested by my athletics. So it can make.
Noted.
That's basically the same check we made when I grabbed it the
Yeah.
first time. But it does take its full action, so if it does escape, it can't attack.
I know. But he is going to try and get away from you.
Okay.
24.
19 plus 7. 26.
Whew, wow.
nice.
God damn, Fyodor.
You just watch it get bigger, and Fyodor's like, fuck, I have to try now.
Fyodor also gets bigger.
Fyodor's arms aren't actually always long. He just has to Space Jam stretch them out as he's holding this giant thing.
I was like, what's most
Fyodor
unsettling...
also sounds like a bendy straw. Just
oh. Again, it's kind of unraveled, and you're trying your hardest to keep a hold on it, and it doesn't manage to get away. And when it realizes it can't escape from you, it takes those gangly limbs, which again have those like fingers that it takes, and it just wraps its body. Your arm, one of your arms, seems to disappear into the wool as it kind of wraps around you.
Oh, it's hugging you back.
huh. That's a weird thing to just be able to do. Is that a bonus action to skin grab me? Horrifying.
Yeah, no, it
Okay.
I believe that makes it.
Ducha, it is grabbing my arm.
It is Duka's turn.
So nonplussed.
Well,
Duka gone.
Is it an action or bonus action for me to like try to analyze it and figure out weak points?
A bonus action.
Bonus action. I'm gonna do that. Would that be investigation, nature, arcana?
Nature.
Sure.
they're all like a plus 11 million, right?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet. That is a 13.
It's hard to really tell anything much about it, considering most of its body is just encompassed in this wool. It, like, you cannot see what all it's working with in that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But I saw all the other things, right?
With its face, yes.
With like Lilia hitting it and Zarkra hitting it and
yeah, it was like anybody who's hit it so far is aware that it seems to be feeling it, but it's definitely not necessarily as bothered by it, with everything getting cushioned by the wool.
Yeah. Excellent. I am going to walk up kind of a little bit, just like before I reach the actual sheep, just so that I have everybody within 30 feet. And I am going to cast Bless. And so I have my my trinkets, my amulets kind of start shimmering a little bit with that dark indigo light, and all three of you feel, two of you for the first time, your senses sharpen and your mind go a little quicker, and you are just sort of like in the zone.
I am angry faster. It's a D4 on everything we do?
D4 on attacks and saves.
Wonderful.
Okay. Attacks and saves.
Not ability checks, unfortunately.
So grappling is not affected.
That is not.
Cool.
Awesome.
Oh, that's all I got.
Fyodor?
Now I have a follow-up question. Is it an action or a bonus action to rip its wool off?
It's a bonus action.
I will use my bonus action to, in a rage, rip its wool off.
So
Still,
again,
still
it's kind of
grabbing the leg with the other arm. I just kind of.
yeah, because you've got a hold of one of its arms, and it is kind of wrapped itself. It's like if you hold me, I hold you. Like eyeing you as it almost seems to be pulling on the body at first, as if you were going to pull it off with it, but like Velcro, as if it wasn't actually physically attached to it. The whole wool comes off like a blanket.
Ick. Ugh.
That's honestly, I hate that just as much. It looks like a dehydrated horse that's still alive.
Lily is like,
It's-
what is that thing? Does anybody know?
It has hands.
Does anyone
It
know?
has so many
A
hands.
dehydrated hand horse.
A dehydrated hand horse predator.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So that's my bonus action.
Kind of look like a baby horse that got turned into a demon. It's just not good.
So the problem right now that we have in my life at this
Stretched out
time
Willy Wonka.
is I am grappling it with my other hand still holding its leg. And my glaive is a two-handed weapon. And my unarmed strikes still suck right now. So I'm going to use, which only needs one hand, I'm going to use Inflict Wounds.
You have advantage.
Because it's a melee spell attack. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the first time since y'all have met, Fyodor also lights up magic, but it's kind of somewhere between like Vanta Black and Blacklight.
Okay.
By casting the spell, I assure that I am not Anish Kapoor, nor am I affiliated with or using it into the benefit of Anish Kapoor.
That will never not be funny.
That will always be funny to anyone who knows what Vanta Black's whole situation is.
Somebody who knows who Anish Kapoor is. It's just like,
Okay. Oh, that's not. Oh wait, advantage. Sick.
And D4.
And a D4. Does the D4 get advantage?
no.
I know, that'd be stupid.
That'd be pretty cool.
Thank you for the +4, brother.
Yeah.
So that is let's see, but this is with my charisma because it's a warlock thing. So that's plus. So that's 19 plus 4 is 23 to hit.
I mean, yeah.
So then
That's some spicy damage.
That does mean you're dropping your rage, though, right?
no,
It's a
You
spell.
can't cast while you're raging.
I can't maintain concentration while raging.
You can't cast spells at all.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't. Oh, I misread. Okay, you can't cast them or concentrate on them while raging. Shit.
Yeah, it also
Yeah.
cuts off. It's not like Druid Wild Shape. It wants to specify, like, because once you go into a rage, it cuts off concentration.
Y'all, I wish I knew how to read sometimes.
You're still,
I'm still
reading
going
better
do
than
it.
I do.
I'm still going to do it. You know.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I still think it's the best move.
Yeah, I hate not being in rage.
Mhm.
So that is
I feel
3d10 damage.
Yes.
Do I own 3d10s? Probably. That's a 10. And that's a 3d10.
So how are you guys enjoying the nightmare of my brain's creation?
It is
Oh,
terrifying.
I always love
It
the
is
nightmares of
horrific.
Brain's creation.
It's awesome. I
Thank you.
hate it and I love it all at once.
I love how much I hate it.
Yeah, exactly.
It does its job very well of making me want to hurt it with violence.
Is the wool a natural feature of like its camouflage, or did it get it from another sheep? Right?
I'm guessing it
Like-
ripped it off of the sheep that escaped from the fence, if I had to guess.
Oh, and came in and took its
If
place.
I had to guess. I'm not an expert. I'm not Bane. Don't listen to me.
I mean,
I
that
did-
sounds plausible to me. I like that theory.
I did just do
Whatever-
24 necrotic damage to it though. I rolled 2 7s and a 10.
Wow.
Love inflict wounds.
It's
that's-
definitely not happy about it.
So like yeah, it wraps its arm around me and I just make it regret that decision as I just kind of decay the entire section of its body that was touching my arm.
Yeah. It's like
Don't like that.
it's almost unnerving the fact that you stop being so angry and kind of calm down and then just burn.
It just
As it
kind of
kind of-
stops.
You hear that same like it no longer has the bleeding sheep sound over top of it, but you hear that same angry like hissing clicking sound as it kind of recoils. It's like, oh god, no! Why is it spicy?
It went
Yeah.
from bleating to bleeding real fast.
Oh, there's no blood. It just decays. I
Nice.
just turned into fucking Shigaraki.
And that should
And that's my
make-
turn.
Yeah, it's like that should make it Zarkro.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Zarkro's
I'm gonna. Can I jump off the sheep and land
Yes.
near
I'm
it?
not gonna make you
Okay,
roll for that.
cool. So I tumble to the ground, pop upright, and I'm gonna whip it again because that's what I do now.
Whip it good.
Still have advantage, and I've got your lovely D4. Thank you, Duka.
Yeah.
And this is the
Oh!
last turn that we have advantage.
Guess who got a nat 20?
I
Hell
hope not
yeah.
the fucking sheep.
+2. That's
Can
a,
we
that's
call
a
that a
20. That's a 29 to hit, and also a nat 20. So
Nice.
I mean,
let's see.
Yeah.
You can call it whatever you want. It can't talk back. Its
That's going
mouth
to
is
be
split open.
2d4 plus 7 damage.
How horrifying would it be if it did start talking?
Oh, I'd probably
Mm,
rip its mouth. I'd just
That's only 11 damage. My
Peel
crits
its
with the
face
whip
like an
aren't that
orange.
impressive.
All right. Yeah. So you've kind of army rolled off of one of the sheep. They're starting to give you guys more distance. They're like, no, violence, please.
I'm
That
going to
you've-
try and strike at that spindly little neck it's got, though.
they are
Yeah, you-
just for the first time considering that we might not be bringing them food.
But
Maybe it's dinner and a show.
yeah, as you kind of again you take that and you hear that loud crack as another like aggressive like that kind of strained hiss comes out of it as you see that kind of gash go up part of the neck that again it's not pleasant to look at when every time it moves you see everything just kind of shift underneath its skin. It's bad.
Oh, it's a dehydrated beanbag horse.
I don't like that.
It's squirming. It's unhappy. It's having a bad time, but it's still kicking.
Okay. Well,
Mm.
I don't
Is
want
George
that.
still around, by the way? What's he doing?
He went to go
He
get
just
a
did
We're
it
about
with
to get to that
crossbow.
actually.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. He had 2 turns to return from the house.
Hey, surprise, surprise,
Incredible.
George! It wasn't a fucking sheep. Fucking expert my ass.
But you guys again after you have whipped it and you get again you're still holding this thing up off of the ground. You guys have started kind of swarming around it. The sheep are starting to try now and get away from it. And you see him kind of finally come out and he's got the crossbow and he kind of like shifts it back and he's like he kind of looks up and just goes, fuck a knot. And you see as he from the doorway he shoots and you guys watch as this bolt kind of comes and spears through one of like the open flaps of its mouth.
Did he call it a knot?
He called it a knot.
I fucking love that so goddamn much. Because that means it was a not sheep. Or it
Yeah,
could be a not deer. Or my God.
it's
You
just
terrify
a knot.
me and I love it.
Thank
I'm in
you.
danger all the time.
Yes, you are.
Wait, that's not the right dice. Where'd it go? There it is. All right, and yeah, no, George has come out, yelled, "It's a knot!" And it's Lilia's turn now. There's a slash in its neck. It is screaming and hissing, and there's now a crossbow bolt through one part of its face.
Okay. I am. She is going to take her ring blade to. She's going to follow suit and take it to its neck. Like she's seeing other people kind of go towards it too. So,
Plus D4.
yes. Oh, right. Okay.
Yo.
So that is a 16 plus 6, right? Yep, 6. And
Oh shit,
22?
Amy's in the chat.
I saw that, yeah.
22?
Yeah, 22 hits.
Okay, and then it's gonna be a 4 and a 6. Huh. Did 2 plus 4, so 6. I did 6 damage.
2 plus
What
4,
kind of
that's
damage?
a million.
That's the slashing damage, and then I'm gonna do a. I'm not gonna use that right now. It's just gonna do another unarmed strike. Oh, okay, I dropped that one.
Because you've used 2 keys so far?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So that's an 11 plus 6.
Plus a D4.
That goes to.
Damage as well?
Oh no, sorry, I thought that was his second attack.
That is my second attack, yeah.
Never mind, don't listen to me.
Yeah, you get a plus D4 on your second attack as well.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
overcaffeinated.
that's with another 2. So I hit this thing. What did I say it was?
It's an 11.
11. Yeah, 11 and a 2
Plus-
and 4.
That's,
17. Sorry.
that hits.
Okay,
Roll some damage.
that is a 3 plus 4.
What kind of damage?
7. That's bludgeoning.
He is not dead yet, but he's slowing down. He is exhausted. He's bleeding. He's torn apart. It is a cornered animal, and in a last ditch attempt, he's still he's almost weary, but he's so desperate to get you to let go of him that long gashed out neck kind of lashes forward and tries to take a bite out of Fyodor.
Bite me, bitch. I got 4 million HP. I'm not raging anymore. I have to remember that, though.
Y'all, are we killing like a peaceful creature?
No, it's about to bite my fucking face.
Because you're grappling it. You won't let go.
Staring at us. It definitely ate and replaced one of these sheep.
This thing
Another thing that-
Body snatcher.
Twisted around and it lashes out, and you feel as like and not as hard as it would have been as that like crossbow pierced through it, but you feel those teeth grab a hold and like scrape across you. You take. Those are not the right die. I didn't get the right dice out.
I believe in you.
You take 11 piercing damage.
Okay.
As they kind of cut into you, and then you also take 2 poison damage.
Well, fun fact, I don't have anything to write with. I'm just gonna remember. That's not true.
The fact that George immediately shot it with a crossbow as soon as he saw what it was does make me feel like we're
in the
on
right here,
path.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a total of 13 damage, 11 piercing, and 2 poison.
Yep.
Okay, so I am at 23.
23.
Oh yeah, you have our HP right now.
Yeah. I do.
That's
I have
helpful.
everything listed.
She knows all.
And that brings it to Dukugan. It is on its last legs and is struggling, but it is not down for the count yet. Oh no, my thing disappeared.
How far am I from the creature?
You're about 30 feet. However, you would have to get through the sheep that are like they're still getting further out, but they're still kind of in your way right now.
Yeah. I will draw an arrow and make an attack.
Oh fuck!
Oh fuck!
Roll to hit.
Like some kind of plebeian.
Like an absolute fucking peasant who uses archery.
He uses violence. Blah, blah.
What brutish shenanigans are these?
Okay. Does a 13 hit?
No, it does not.
I am going to use my hobgoblin ability, Saving Face.
Okay.
For each ally within 30 feet of me, I add 1 to my failure.
Oh.
That's cool.
So that's +3, which brings me to a 16.
Unless George counts.
George is too far away.
Okay, George is too far.
George is not within 30 feet.
No. That barely hits it in his
Woo!
tired form. He's kind of slowed down enough to finally get that good aim as you fire and roll me some spicy damage. I'm sorry that I said it like that.
He is in melee with an ally, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I suppose I get sneak attack damage.
There
Correct.
it is, for the first time ever.
Oh,
I hope that this counts as in melee.
I'm a rogue.
I love that hobgoblins have the ability to don't fucking embarrass me in front of my friends.
7.
You guys, actually, you know what? I'm not gonna narrate it. I'm gonna let you decide how you want to kill it.
Ooh.
Oh, they're just sitting there ragging on it and just slamming into it. And then it drags its teeth across Fyodor, across his face. And as it rears back and looks like it's gonna go in for another bite, the arrow just shoots out from the back of its mouth, out the front. And blood kind of splatters all over Fyodor's face. As it just as I nail it right in the back of the head through the brain.
Nice.
That splatter catches you in the face and you almost miss it, Fyodor, but you feel all that weight that had been latched onto your arm from where you would not let go. So it was you don't let go, I won't let go. It kind of starts to sink off of it and it just kind of flops into a pile on the ground, just in pieces.
Please, I didn't let go.
It's long.
So it's still on my arm, it's just also on the ground.
It's just got the one arm up and the rest of it just... You have slain the beast.
Woohoo!
We are studying this, yes?
I'm already over there. I've got my dagger drawn and I'm cutting open one of its joints to figure out how those fucking bendy straw arms work.
Did you?
Yeah, I at that point I drop it.
Zarkra is going to put away her whip, coil it up, and come over to Fyodor and say, "Character, no, I'm not letting those gashes get infected." And she's going to reach out and use Lay on Hands to restore 11 hit points.
Holy shit.
Lelia's did you call it a nut? She yells it to George.
Can we call it Lay on Hands if you've only got the one?
Lay on Hand, I suppose. I imagine she pulls out some some dye that's very similar to what she uses for her face paint, and
a D10.
Sorry? A dye. Yes, Zarkra has D10 face paint. she sort of like mashes it up into a fine red powder, and she sort of like makes a mark where she's applying the healing, and then it sort of glows and fades.
Nice.
I imagine I kneel down so that you can do this.
That does help, yeah.
I think when it takes me a second to realize that you're trying to do first aid. So like you start smearing shit on your hand, and you're like, "I'm gonna treat those wounds." I'm like, "What? Oh, okay." And I kneel.
But as you guys are kind of getting situated,
I draw a smiley face in the blood.
kind of getting closer to this thing on the ground, George kind of hustles over there as quick as he can, and he's like, "God, again? Dad's
These
already
recurring
he's right.
problem.
I said earlier, my dad used to say it. Anything that escapes does not come back alive, and if it does, it didn't."
That is what you meant by that. I thought you were just a crazy old man.
What, you ain't never seen a knot before?
No, we do not have those where I am from.
This is a first time for me as well.
Is it like they normally are? That's her
That's
question.
what they look like. As he points to the thing slumped on the ground. Knots are a problem. They usually farmers, they'll like steal livestock and they'll come back wearing the skin. They're just a little bit off. The longer you don't touch them, the harder it is to find them.
Like,
It's creepy.
does it hurt anything other than that, or does it just replace the sheep?
They eventually will start eating the other livestock.
Ah, there is the problem.
Yeah, he walks over and he kind of picks it up by the nape of its neck again, and you see that kind of face. It's kind of folded back together when he picks it up like that, just from gravity. And he points at it and he goes, "It started to look more like a sheep in the face.
That's
Last time it was a horse."
I remember the last time I was a horse.
Are you a not? No.
No, I'm just an asshole who's interrupting you.
That was a very fun birthday party, though.
Right? I thought so.
I, as a DM, have questions.
He's goblin banter, do not worry about it.
Oh gosh.
But, well, we should take an intermission real quick, and then we'll get back to the story since combat has come to an end.
Awesome.
Splendid.
Hell yeah.
Hi, Amy.
I
How
have
are
a nephew.
you?
You killed a thing!
We did kill a
Guys.
thing.
Today's story brought to you by this fucking bean.
Aww.
Oh,
She's like, what are you doing?
Release me.
Like Fyodor,
kind
I
of
also
shape?
do not let go.
We shall return after
Yeah.
these messages brought to you
We
by the
shall.
sponsors I do not have.
I just showed you the sponsor with his cute face.
So cute.
Yeah. She always looks very sad. In
These are
the
violating our digital
arms
privacy.
of the angel.
Why would you do that?
All right, I'm gonna turn this off for a minute while we all take bio breaks, and then I'll be back.
Okie doke.
Okay. Ow, nephew.
Don't worry, Amy. It's on YouTube. It'll be here when it finishes too, if you want to check it out. I'm just glad you made it. Yay! The Doom, thank you. Corn, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Hope your stream is going good. Oh man. Getting sleepy, Celeste. Yeah, I didn't realize how late it was getting. Live your truth. All right. Okay, and then when we start to wrap it up, if everybody can stick around, we will raid somebody that is also playing D&D. So don't have to stay around long, but at least say hi, represent. Support other people. Oh, okay. So yes. It is. It just feels nice. As a streamer, getting a raid, it's just exciting. You're like, oh, new people, yay! Alright. I am gonna make it. Of course I'm gonna stick around and say hi, represent, like I always do. Talking schmack. Oh, let me make everyone visible then. Creeped out by your own creation. Yeah, I'm not quite ready to go to bed. Oh, right. I have to unmute y'all. Sorry. Thanks. There we go. That should fix it. It's a lot of buttons.
Yeah,
So many
that's
buttons.
fair.
Yeah, it's only the first night.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I think this has gone very well. So
I'm having fun.
good. I'm having fun.
But
So
yeah,
glad
if
to
you
be
want to
playing
roll,
D&D with y'all again.
if you want to roll some survival to see what you can carve off this thing.
Can
Oh,
I help?
survival?
Can I assist?
I guess.
Can I give myself guidance?
No.
Okay.
No, fuck you.
You don't. I was like, you guys don't know enough about what this is to just be like, okay, so I know that this thing is that. Like, you won't know. You'd probably get that. Like, you could do better about it next time if you find them again. Slash when, slash if, slash you don't
Because
know. They're
guidance is
not.
a spell. It's not a.
Yeah, guidance is
Oh,
magic.
I thought it was like a innate thing.
No, guidance is a spell that makes you magically
Guys,
better
yeah.
at the thing you're
Oh,
doing.
then yeah. I was like,
Okay.
yeah, no. I thought it was like a. I'm
It's a
smart and I know
cantrip.
things. I want guidance.
Hi, Amy.
Okay, so that's with the help from Fyodor, I got a 17
Okay.
plus survival is 4, so that's a 21 plus D4. Where the fuck are my D4s? Where are the D4s?
On the floor where you'll step on them.
Oh, they're
Neffy,
caltrips
you're
now.
underage. You can't have those.
+4. 25.
What are you trying to get from this thing? Because you can get just about anything from it.
I'm harvesting. Well, first and foremost, I'm like opening up its joints and getting like a really good image of how these extendo arms work and like making sketches of them, like Da Vinci-esque diagrams of them. And then I want to like collect its eyes, its heart, anything with like magical significance, so I can like pickle it and keep it for dark magics later.
I was like, no part of it is actually magic.
Not inherent, but like, you know how like,
Yeah,
oh, you need the
like-
eye of a newt and bat
Yeah.
wings, and, like
It is. I was like, you start to cut into it, and George does get on. He does make you move out of the sheep, and it's like,
ugh,
come on.
fine.
I'm used to carry. I just grab it and just carry it wherever he's going next.
Fucking
like-
crude.
It's hard to cut into it at first, but when you start from where Zarka had cut it open, it's easy enough to just kind of like a fish. It just kind of flays off. It's uncomfortable how easy the skin comes off this thing once you cut into it.
So the
But-
skin doesn't feel particularly like durable, or does it feel like
Malleable.
do I think I could use the skin for anything?
The skin feels hard, like it was hard to cut into originally, but once it's
Mhm.
torn into, it's kind of like it's hard to rip fabric, but once there's a tear, it just kind of goes.
Yeah, okay. So it's to get it off, it becomes useless. Okay.
It's like a banana.
Okay. Then yeah, I just take like a really intricate study of these extendo joints, and it's like how its body manages to shapeshift and all that, and then also collect like its eyes and its heart and its liver and its brain and pickle them in. I imagine I have like a pickle jar, like a giant jar in one of our things that's just full of embalming fluid and
It
vinegar.
is a very large portion of the backpack. Yes.
It's our fucking parts jar.
Lelia is
I've-
interested while Dukagon's doing all this, and she comes over and sits down or kind of squats down next to him while he's doing it and kind of watches, and she's like, "If you do you do this normally when things are strange? Are you trying to figure it out?"
Well, it ain't
Yes.
strange. It's a
Um,
knot.
She doesn't know what it is. It's the first time she's ever seen one. It was
No,
supposed to be a
never
sheep.
seen one
That's
myself.
George. That's George from behind you. He's like, it's not strange.
Oh.
It's a knot.
Right.
I
Oh,
have never seen one either, and I'm interested in how it works. If I learn how
Yeah.
it works, then I can learn how to operate it.
Yeah, because usually when you do finally see one, it's trying to bite your face off.
do
Yeah.
you think that if
He gets
you
it.
saw the fiery bugs, you could figure out how to stop them?
That was my inclination when we spoke last night. My brother and I have a particular interest in things that are not as they should be. And while this is a normal creature, it is still a new one. To me, at least. But yes, I think if you and your friends and my brother and I were to return to your monastery, we could perhaps uncover something about them. Learn where they come from, why they attacked you, and how to stop them in the future.
A reason wouldn't bring anyone back, but it would make me feel better.
Oh, yes. Yes, then we absolutely should do this.
Can I
Lilia.
can I go with you?
After your performance today, I was going to invite you personally.
Okay.
You and your lizard friends, Miss Zarkra.
Yes, it's safer to travel in a group, and well, it only makes sense.
Going back's gonna be scary.
What should we do with the less combative twitchy cats?
I was
do-
going to ask if your friends are in any state to travel as such.
They ain't
She
going
says-
anywhere. I guess they could stay here with me.
They'll need
They're
to
a
find
lot less trouble to feed than that one, as he points at Fyodor.
Hey,
They'll need to
That
find
is
a new path.
probably accurate.
They're not trained to fight. They'll need to start over somewhere. But I don't think
They are,
starting over somewhere is an option for me.
they are
I
barn
need
cats.
to keep going.
Yeah,
Barn
they're
cats.
barn cats.
If you're committed to this path, then perhaps we can find our way together.
I'd like that.
Best say your goodbyes in that case. I think we probably should pack up to leave out soon.
If there are
Before-
4 of us now, I'm not carrying your shit. We're going to need to get something to carry this.
I have
Okay.
my stuff, but yeah, we're probably gonna need more for the road.
So, you guys are leaving, right?
Don't sound so excited.
Hell, you can take the horse if you want. I was gonna put him down soon anyway.
What? Why?
He's getting too old to pull the plow much anymore.
Is he able to pull Fyodor then?
Well, it's your horse now. That's your problem.
Well, excellent.
I mean, worst case scenario, it just helps with food for a while.
There's an
Yeah,
old
I
wagon
suppose-
out back that I never got around to fixing the wheel.
Well, we did not even buy a used car. We were just forcibly handed a used car.
If it gets you out of my barn sooner, take the
Wow.
goddamn cart.
Sure, have fun doing
I
all of
had
your
to kill
chores
so
yourself,
many
old man.
chickens for you. I don't
He has
have
3
that
new
many
barn cats. He's
chickens
fine.
left.
I feel very unwelcome all of a sudden. I thought I was being very helpful.
Have you ever had those guests that, like, they don't get the hint when they're supposed to leave?
Yeah,
How long
they're
have you two been here?
like 2 days. What the fuck?
And you've eaten 6 chickens.
And I fed all of those. Okay, you know what? You are very suddenly aggressive, and I don't want to be part of this energy.
I appreciate
I just start
your
insulting
help.
him in Goblin Taduka.
I
Like, do you
appreciate your
understand this
help,
fucking bastard son of a motherfucker?
but I'm not gonna have any chickens left.
Well, then maybe. Fine.
I mean, you
They
could
don't
have just
grow
said
up
that we are
fast
both
enough to
experienced
feed
at
you.
hunting. We are both experienced at hunting. I don't
could
know
have
why you didn't just have us go hunt for food. Like, we mentioned it twice.
We literally subsisted by ourselves on the road before we got here. It was offered, and you were like, no, it's fine. Ethel will make the food.
That
Can I
reminds
Eldritch
me-
Blast him?
Ethel!
Ethel! Ethel!
We gotta make stuff for the road. I'm
No,
milking the damn
You
cows,
don't. You
George.
don't
We'll
have
do
to
it
make
later.
anything for the road.
Ethel, George is being rude to us!
What else is new? It's George.
As long
You-
as you are aware.
You deserve better, Ethel. Do you want me to
No.
kill him?
I won't let him leave. I can't reach the big cows.
Oh god.
I am not qualified to handle this. We should make a leave. Thank you,
She does
Nappy.
kind of shuffle out of the barn. She's got some of the hand stuff stuck to her beard, but she kind of shuffles out of the barn. And she's got 2 pails, one on either side, and she kind of shuffles into the house while you guys are still there. But before you guys can actually get very far at all, she comes back out and she's got two big jars with milk. She's like, I'm not cooking no more.
You could have
But she
told
doesn't
us.
say it at you. She says it specifically at George. You don't cook nothing. I ain't cooking no more. She hands you the milk.
I did not realize we were being such an inconvenience. We offered George that we would go hunt for ourselves. I am sorry that we have burdened you in any way.
And she just kind of stops and she looks over. Just, they could have been hunting, but you had to kill the chick. I want a divorce.
Damn.
You have 3 new cats to help you with your chores if you want me to kill him. You just blink twice.
No.
Good luck finding a not
We live
George.
this long.
Not George.
Oh, which reminds me, she doesn't even seem phased by it being there. She's like, whatever you're doing with it, leave whatever's left over by where there was a hole in the fence.
As a
But on the
warning to
other
the others,
side-
I like Ethel.
Knots don't tend to go around places where a knot has died because they know we've seen them. It'll keep them away for a while.
How intelligent is this knot?
You'd be surprised.
Smarter than George.
You were surprised by the looks of it.
Intelligent enough to know to keep an eye on us.
It's a farm problem. They tend to replace a lot of livestock. You usually see them as things like sheep, goats, deer. You don't usually see them as big as like horses and cows, but sometimes they'll get that big.
That's horrifying.
That sucks.
Yeah. We had to put down Bessie.
Not Bessie.
Not Bessie.
Yeah.
Kill one of your animals
That's-
and be like, oh fuck, it was actually sorry, Bessie.
Oh no.
Oh shit, it wasn't a knot, it was just sick.
Oh no.
But yeah, I definitely nail its flayed skin to the outside of the fence as a warning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sweetest,
Or
grossest
excuse
thing
me,
I've ever heard.
I asked Yodo to do it because I can't reach the top.
Yeah. I just kind of drape it over on like either side.
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah.
I borrow the crossbow to make like a staple gun situation. Just
But you leave the skin of it kind of draped up over the fence. At least anything from over there is going to keep a wide radius from it. Any more knots, because one gets found, they're going to be looking for more. So they tend to stay. At the very least, you think that they'll be left alone for a while.
I keep a small amount of the skin so that we have our own warning for other knots to stay away from us.
Oh, that's smart.
And I think over the next day or two as we travel, I'm going to try and fashion it into some kind of cloak, maybe? But I think I may only have enough material for Zarkra.
Oh.
Yeah,
I mean-
it's like they're real thin and bony.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna get as much skin from it as you would from an actual sheep.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
we have enough to make a face mask for Fyodor, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
And yeah,
pretty
I'll
cool.
just I'll keep it as
A knot warding headband.
yeah. As like a hanky.
A wallet.
Yeah, like blowing your nose. It's like, is that skin?
A leather hanky.
Gosh,
That's
I hate that so
terrible.
much.
It just sounds unpleasant.
The smell.
Hi, baby.
Hmm?
So anyway,
Neffy's
And
biting my hand now.
that checks out.
Yeah.
Feels like a crab leg opener.
But as you guys, again, you've collected your bits and pieces of the knot and set up a warning for other knots in the area for the time being. You do go back behind the barn. You glanced inside and you saw that the blind one's still just kind of sitting on the hay, and she seems very confused. But the other two seem to be having taken place of Ethel with the cows. They're still kind of zoned out of it. Like they're not fully there, but at least they're up and moving now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But you walk past, and there is that old cart out behind the barn. One of the wheels. He said that one of the wheels is broken. The wheel is not attached, and it's on the it's had a rough go of it, but most of the wagon seems fine. That wheel's having a bad day. There's a whole chunk missing.
Huh.
I'm sorry. Don't look at me like that, Decker.
I mean,
Anyway, and sorry, I got distracted by fingers, but I'm essentially we're going to be wrapping this up
Oh, okay.
at this point. But you guys, it takes some finagling. You find some scrap wood and stuff, and you manage to, at least until you can get somewhere to do a full repair, got
Furry
the wheel going
hanky.
on it.
Sorry. Amy just put in the chat, furry hanky. Didn't like that.
Hate that.
Wonderful.
Amy knows what's up.
the worst hair gel ever.
Ugh.
Yeah.
God.
Why would you say these things?
Because I belong in hell.
Oh god.
You get the wheel situated enough at least to make it to the next place before it can get like a full repair, or at least replace the wheel or something. You
Nice.
got Fyodor, you saw him. Okay, bye. So abrupt. But
I saw this voice once.
Yeah. You head back out to where you were feeding the livestock earlier, and you do see the two horses again. They look similar. You assume the older one probably sired the young one, but both of them kind of come up to the fence expecting food again since you fed them earlier. The younger one with much more pep in his step. The other one, he gets there eventually. He does not seem bothered by anything. Like some of the other animals are kind of rattled by everything that's just happened. The older class is just like,
I just look him in the eyes. He does not fear death. I like him. He will do us well.
you watch as he just kind of sticks his whole snout in you, like he's searching you for food.
Don't
He
do
does
that.
not care.
I'll just ride to the temple.
It's
just
easy
turn
getting
off the horse.
He is your horse now, and it takes some. Ethel has to show you how to hook him up to the cart, but yeah, you guys have a horse and cart now, and his name is Big Ivan, and he's real tired.
No.
Cannot wait to speak to Big Ivan.
Same.
Cannot wait to let a little girl die so we can save his life.
You guys have expanded his lifetime twice now. You saved him from getting shot because he was too old to pull the plow, and the little girl died so you can save him again.
Again, we did not know that we were making that choice. We thought he was safe.
It's just still funny to say it that way.
It is.
And I love giving that to the chat with absolutely no context because I'm not giving any more.
It's
unless you get so many subscribers by the end of
right.
That's our new donation goal, is figure out why that little girl had to die.
That's why we're the Monstars.
Why?
It's good stuff.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. We have a cart.
If you
we have a
guys
horse.
would like to continue this flashback to go to the monastery, we can. Or we can start
cool with that.
back on the next, back to where Bread and them is. Those are not the correct words, but they happened.
I mean, that's accurate, yeah.
I think that it's fair to say, I mean, like, that would be a reason for them to have gotten together it's a really great reason for them to have gotten together in the first place, is to go figure out what's happening in the monastery. And
that's that's a more concrete driving, like, unifier than we're heading the same direction.
Yep.
Like,
and then after that, it's like,
and it's like,
might as well stay together.
Yeah.
We make a pretty good team.
Then next time on Monstars.
Yes.
Monastery shit.
I'm gonna interact with the chat for a second while I figure out who to raid.
Witness what I did to Lily's home.
Excellent.
Yep.
I will not apologize.
Now y'all will know why she
You
was so
asked.
broken.
You asked for reasons, and I gave you.
It's true. I did. I knew that I was gonna be really asking for trouble
Yes.
with that.
Yes,
so-
correct, Amy. That is correct, Amy.
Oh, what was it?
Stream becomes a murder mystery, but only for the audience. The characters in the story never look into it.
Oh god, that's great.
That's fantastic.
Also, I like how much of a lot, like, there's the banner that says we're not interacting with chat, and like I think half of us have chat up right now.
Oh, I can hide it now.
We're
hide
lying
it.
to them.
Let me hide it now.
We are, as a
Oh no!
rule,
If we leave it,
not
if we leave it
compelled
up, I say
to.
if we leave it up, then they don't feel like they're entitled to us responding, and then it's like a privilege. It's like a little treat. They can have
We
a little
deigned to respond.
They have a little acknowledgement as a treat.
Oh no, I took away the thing. Sorry. Now we just have to answer people.
You took away. What did you take away?
The banner.
Oh.
It's literally a button to just hide it.
Oh, that's totally fine.
Oh, there it
Okay,
went.
Yeah,
I
that
hope
way.
you-
It just now happened on the screen.
Oh,
for
I
me.
see.
I hope you guys have fun.
I had a
fun.
great time.
I love
Yeah.
being Fyodor. Also, just
Good stuff.
Any-
are you
All
sure?
y'all's characters are lovely.
Important question though. When
Same
I
to you.
when I said you have more farmhands, blink twice if you want me to unalive George. How many times did she
She
blink?
did not blink at all.
Horrifying. Did we make sure that
Because
she's not a
he
not asshole?
He knows that she would kill him.
I do like the introduction of the knot as, oh wow, now we have to worry about every single creature we
Oh
encounter.
god damn! It's a mimic.
It's a mimic,
Yeah.
but for animals, and I
It's
love
an animal
that.
mimic. Fuck.
And
That was
means
exactly
that
the point of it.
version,
Yeah.
the fucking mutated version is going to be able to copy people. Like, you guys know that, right?
I'm banking on it.
I honestly
I made an animal mimic.
I wasn't banking on it, but I should have been.
Yeah.
I did not invest early enough in that idea.
We are, we now have a reason to be horribly paranoid.
I'm not gonna be.
I
Fyodor doesn't care.
I know. That's the division of labor. I understand.
Yeah. You fear for our lives, and I will protect them.
Well, I hope everybody really enjoyed the stream, and thanks for bearing with us through our first night. I think it would have been as smooth as we could hope. And yeah, I'm gonna raid gluten-free bagel. So
Why would they do that to a bagel?
I don't know. Allergy maybe?
No, just eat leaves like you. God. You don't get to have bagels. That's just that's your lot in life.
Strong
What
feelings.
though?
It's all coming in
Oh,
hard on
God.
the anti-gluten free.
It's kind of like if I was lactose intolerant, I would just have to suffer because I love cheese so much. Like, yeah, no.
I would have just succumbed to death.
Right?
I was gonna say. I mean, that's what Laramie's doing for it. Like,
Yeah, Laramie is literally just like building up an immunity.
Laramie's.
Wrong
I think.
style.
Although she also said like, as long as it's not ranch dressing, she'll just like suck it up. Like,
Well, we will be back in not next Saturday, but the Saturday after. I should know what that date is already. The 26th. We shall return the 26th. With
Yeah.
more Monstars shenanigans.
I'll see you again then.
All right. The raid
Bye,
is
chat.
happening.
the raid.
And
Onward.
Goodbye, strangers and Amy.
What are you doing?
Hello, thank you so much for the raid.
So wait, does chat?
Welcome
The little. If I had
hello,
pop
hello?
out chat,
You
does